to figure out how you lost the fire in your eyes. 'Cause I can't change it, what you're wasting. Now that your gaze is polarized, you lost the fire in your eyes. It's polarized. Slow down time. The sun turns to ice. Close your eyes.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy. But I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
The sun turns to ice. Close your eyes, forget my black clouds cry as atoms collide. Death eats life, creep inside. I know you've done all you can to change me for yourself. Blistering skin that shines, I climb out to find myself by myself.
Hello. Hi, happy Tuesday, if it's possible for it to be happy for being a Tuesday, because Tuesday is not exactly the best day of the week. But hi, everyone. Hello. Hello, guys. Oh my God. So glad you're here. Welcome. Welcome to the Jester's Court, right? Doesn't that sound good? We should do that. I should say that more often. Welcome to the Jester's Court. See, we're learning every day, folks. Look at that. Look at that. Marketing is good. Love marketing. Okay, marketing is great. Okay. Hello, Gwen. Gwen, you are the first one in here. Great job. You're the first one in here over on YouTube. I'll give you 2 boops. Okay, Gwen. Boop. Gwen. Boop. There you go. That was a really bad boop. Boop. There you go. That's a much better boop. You got 3 boops. Sasha, you're the first one over on Twitch. I'll count that as being number 1 also because it's over on Twitch. So technically you're the second one here, but I'll give you a boop too. Boop. Okay. Hello, Sasha Khan. So glad you're here. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. Sir Bartholomew's here. Fantastic. I hope he's plotting a liberation for us. So glad to see you here, Sir Bartholomew. Let's see here. SoCal. Hello, SoCal. Sorry, one second. I forgot to turn off Steam, so it keeps yelling at me for various things. SoCal, so glad you're here. How are you doing, SoCal? Everything going well? Things improving, I hope. Etc. 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 Okay. Who else? Macon. Hello, Macon. We're a War with Iran. We've always been a War with Iran. Yeah. Yeah, we kind of have been. That is accurate. Macon, not really much new here, apart from the scale. Yeah, for sure. Hello, Inga. Hello, Inga. So glad you're here, Inga. So glad you're here, Inga, as always. Druzilla. So glad you're here, Druzilla. Yes, I can't resist you all. I just had to get on early because, I missed you all so much. I was crying tears of sadness. Just to emphasize that they weren't tears of joy, they were tears of sadness, okay? Um, Sasha, thank you so much for that donation. I saw that you donated, Sasha, so I put on the jester hat right away, so thank you. Everyone can thank Sasha for the jester hat being on. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Gwen, hello, I said hello, Gwen, SoCal and Druzilla being little traders here in their conversation. Okay, cute, cute, cute. Peaky Blinders, good choice, Gwen. Hello, Fetty, my favorite. Fetty, of course, as always, go join our Discord, folks, because then you get to see all of Fetty's food that Fetty makes that makes us all jealous. And Fetty will one day be hosting a banquet for us all. That is something I'm expecting and demanding, really, from Fetty. So thank you, Fetty, for all those beautiful images. And also the images of Fetty's many animals, which also cheer us up in these dark times. So thank you, Fetty. Thank you for that, Fetty. LaCroix's here. Hello, LaCroix. You were saying booerns? Booerns? What the hell does that mean, LaCroix? What are you talking about? Are you throwing tomatoes at me? How dare you? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. You're rambling like a lunatic, LaCroix. Okay, welcome, LaCroix. So glad you're here. All right. Oh, Booze Day. I got you. Booze Day. I got you now. Okay. Hello, Mithril. So glad you're here, Mithril. So glad, as always, Mithril. Mithril, one of the originals. Mithril has been with us for a long time. Okay, good God. Mithril has been here. Feels like since Stonehenge was created. Mithril has been around. Okay, that's not a comment on your age, Mithril. I hope you know. I just realized that sounded bad. Anyway, okay. Mithril was actually probably the ones who. Never mind. I was going to say one of the ones who built Stonehenge. Okay, now that was making fun of your age, Mithril. Forgive me. I hope you know I'm joking with you. Okay. Let's see here. Hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here, Body Swap. Body Swap. Do you speak Japanese or Chinese? I just saw in your profile on Discord, I think you had Chinese. It may have been Japanese. I didn't look very closely at it. I got to tell you. I think maybe it was Japanese. Do you speak either of those languages or read them? Just curious. Okay. Cody, hello, Cody. So glad you're here, Cody. So glad you're here, Cody. As always, Cody Hauser has his own, their own, I believe that your pronouns are they, them, right, Cody? You have your own channel over there on Twitch as well that people should check out. Hello, Lamira. Hello, Lamira. One of these days, I'm going to tune in and you're going to have non-depressing news. Lamira, we're going to do a little bit of non-depressing news. We're going to be doing some intellectual stuff a little bit today. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the depressing news, of course, Lamira. But we will have some other some other interesting news. Interesting things we're going to be talking about that aren't related to death and destruction. Okay. 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 But Lemire, so glad you're here, of course. Hello, Elliot Waffles, another classic. Elliot Waffles, you always make me hungry for waffles whenever I see your name. As always, hello, Elliot. Retro Asher, hello, Retro Asher. Retro Asher is great. Love Retro Asher. Remind me later, Retro Asher. I wanted to post your video in the chat and stuff. If we don't get time to watch it today, I want to at least post the video in the stream, etc., so people can watch it if they'd like. If we run out of time to watch it, so that people can start, you can start getting views on the video while it's still hot, if that makes sense. Okay. Um, okay, hilarious, Mithra, I love that. You missed me only with the first shot, and after adjusting for distance and wind, you were fine. Hilarious. Okay. Mithra, that's hilarious. You had to plan with it. Okay. All right, guys. Hello, Void. So glad you're here, Diego. Don't worry, Void. Everything should be fine. Okay. Glad you're here, Diego. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, body swap. That's awesome. Okay. Correct. Your pronouns are they, them. Gotcha. Guys, I need to figure out a way to get people's pronouns up here in the chat so I don't mistakenly use the wrong pronouns like I did with Cody there. I need to figure out a way to do that because I really want to get it correct. Okay. All right. Okay, you guys. So we also have SoCal, Mithril, you have to make him pay for that. SoCal, why might you be upset about someone making a joke about age? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole. Okay, I love you, SoCal. Forgive me. I love you too, Mithril. I hope you know. Okay. Got you, Gwen. Your daughter owned. Your daughter tried to learn Japanese but gave up. Yeah. I've heard that it's hard to learn Japanese or any of the and like Cantonese or Mandarin or anything like that, just because it's so different from English. I could be wrong though. The pictographs and the things like that. But anyway, okay. So guys, that'd be a really cool language to learn. It's going to be so important that people know Cantonese or Mandarin, especially, I think, in the coming years, if not now. Okay, guys, we got a lot to talk about today. Obviously, more news, more horrific news, as always. So don't worry, we do have bad news because, of course, we have to have bad news. Otherwise, what's the point? Um, uh, Really, is that true, Meowsword? Okay, that's fair. I would really like to try to learn Chinese of some sort or Mandarin at some point here. I know it's harder to learn a new language as you get older, and I'm 36, so it'll be harder developmentally to learn it. But still, I would like to learn some of the words, etc. Okay, so guys, we got a lot to talk about, and we're not going to only talk about bad stuff today. We also I have one brief presentation set up for you, and then a longer presentation that's still not that long about two things unrelated to the ongoing war that will be educational because obviously, guys, we need the education. We need the education along with the comedy, if you want to call it that, the dark comedy, and with the news. Okay, so because in my opinion, folks, part of the reasons I do this is to teach you the context that will allow you to analyze the news and shit on your own. So okay, uh, really making amazing. I didn't know we were the same age. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, we've been through a lot of disasters in our lives, haven't we, Macon? Okay. All right. So let's get into the news first because obviously that's important. That's some important shit going on. I started a bit early. The first thing we're going to do is obviously a war is happening. I don't know if you guys heard, but a massive war is broken out. That makes it sound like it just magically happened. No, the United States and Israel launched a illegal war of aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I love it. I love it. So such good news. The first thing I wanted to do, and this is the reason I started early, was that yesterday Donald Trump gave us 6 minutes, just a 6 minute. Yeah, right with the peace president, right, Retro Asher? Gave a 6 minute talk about his an update on Operation Epic Fury, which is the name, the LARPy name that he has given the violent war of aggression that we are carrying out. So let's just listen to his 6 minute update. I do think this isn't him just babbling. This is him. I mean, he's always just babbling, but this is a pre-done statement. So I just want us to, yeah, that's totally what it's called, Retro Asher. I'm not joking. It's called Operation Epic Fury because apparently, okay, you know what? It's just so stupid and hilariously dumb. Anyway, so let's see what he has to say as an update. I think it's interesting. It is important to see what the regime is saying or what their messaging is. Obviously, as whenever we watch something like this, what am I going to say, folks? I'm going to say read between the lines. We're trying to get information out of this, out of something that is designed to be misleading. All right. So you can get information out of something that's designed to be misleading, but you have to read between the lines. Um, this was no, LaQual. This is not when he was admiring the drapes, okay, which happened, I think, yesterday or so. All right. Okay.
Over the past 36 hours,
There you go. Zach, Glenn, you were listening. Thank you so much for listening yesterday. I know a lot of you weren't. Shame on you. But yes, Ellie, I mean, Gwen, you get a boop. Boop. You get a fourth boop. Like Tad said yesterday in yesterday's video, it's a warrior cosplay. Correct. All right. Okay, so that's a fair point, Fetty. So let's see what he has to say, what the dictator has to say to the peons.
the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most
I know,
complex,
SoCal.
most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's
again,
seen anything like it.
Guys, again, just notice, I think Freud would have something to say about his constant use of certain adjectives like the biggest, the best, the greatest, the largest. What might Freud say about that? What might Freud say about that? Anyway, I'm not gonna. For those of you who know Freud's whole angle on stuff, just think about it. Okay.
We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including
Over 1,000, by the way, apparently.
Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes.
What the hell was that pause? And what their naval building? Okay, that was anticlimactic.
Iran's formerly supreme leader,
Yeah, Retro Asher.
Ayatollah
Yeah,
Khamenei,
LaCroix.
is
What?
dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands
Just like
of
you do.
Americans on his hands and was responsible
Literally, Trump has the blood of Americans on his hands. Okay.
for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many
Right,
countries.
Fetty.
Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian
Okay.
people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced.
Yeah, making you
The
manny.
entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands.
Are they?
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are
Of course,
achieved. We
Meowsword.
have very strong
God, I got to tell you, if anyone here was alive, yeah, exactly, Creamy does it. Absolutely. Send Baron. 100%. Send Ice. I completely agree. Okay, send them over. They should be doing this if they're the aggressors. Welcome, Creamy. Can we just note? I noticed. I mean, for those that were alive when we invaded Iraq for the first time, I mean, when we invaded Iraq and Afghanistan, George W. Bush, complete lunatic, but he at least gave pretty good speeches. Like, this is just so bad for like supposing to be a speech. Okay, yeah, exactly. Dark crypto, 100%. Like they remember, guys. He just claimed that Khamenei has responsible for the death of thousands of people. Well, Trump is responsible for the death of thousands of people. Now, also we murdered a school of little girls a couple days ago. So, we're laughing at this, but it's very dark. All right, like this is insane. Okay.
objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for
I know,
the
Meowsword.
true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for
But
our
you see,
nation.
you hear what I said, Meowsword? Though the thing about listening to a regime speech like this one that's pre-planned is you can learn something from it if you read between the lines.
Even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives, we pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to
What
the
is this?
families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do
So, there's something immensely gross now. Okay, about saying, Yep, well, American soldiers are dying. Well, that's the way it is, and there'll likely be more. I mean, guys, what the hell? Okay. He's like not even trying to hide. Like, okay, I honestly, I'm as concerned about everyone's lives. I'm more concerned about Iranian lives and the lives of innocent civilians. That being said, he's like not even trying. Okay. He's not even trying to pretend to care about Americans dying. Okay, which you'd think because of national. Okay, anyway, um, all right. Yeah, exact 100% Meowzord. The fact that he's saying this, guys, remember, the opposite of what he says is normally true. The fact that he's like, it will be done in a day. All of this is showing the reverse of that. It's getting out of control. It's getting out of control. And the fact he's been like, more will probably die. He's trying to, this is what my point is that we're going to be learning about today, guys, is that this is getting way out of hand. It was already out of hand to begin with, but like it's completely out of hand, the war already. Because, okay, and he knows that,
Everything
and he's
possible
nervous.
where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver
Radical.
the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war
Oh my God.
against civilization itself.
What does
Our
that
resolve
mean?
and like
By the way, Iran and the Persia, which came before it, a much older civilization than the United States ever has been. Okay, like I know that this is a dumb point to make, but the Persian civilization has lasted thousands of years. Okay, so hilarious that we are literally the ones leveling a multi-thousand-year-old civilization, and then he's saying that they're the ones destroying civilization. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I know this is all just language, but just a little note there.
likewise, that of Israel has never been stronger. America is now again the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the
Oh
only
my
reason
God.
we enjoy the quality
See, guys, why would he be emphasizing that unless it weren't true?
of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because
Like
of
win a war?
warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear
Yeah, Sir
weapons would
Bartholomew.
be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow
Lord.
them to extort the world to their evil
Oh,
will.
my
We're gonna
God.
let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States
What?
has
We're not-
the
what?
strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we
Hypothetically,
possess.
Sir Bartholomew.
And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We
Are
want
we?
to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this mass
Meowzord, oh my God, you're brilliant. Meowzord says we're doing jihad like no one's ever seen before. Guys, Meowzord is right. He's hitting it right on the nose. What are the language constantly used about Muslims, about how they want to do global jihad and shit? And what is Trump doing? It's a sort of a jihadi, what you consider stereotypical, what people would view as Muslims as doing in terms of like jihadi. Okay, with just showing that that whole narrative has been bullshit this whole time. Okay, and we're going to talk later about how that's almost literal because there have been talks in American military bases where speeches were given to soldiers basically saying this is an apocalyptic war for Jesus. Okay, I'm not even joking. We'll talk about that after this.
of operation,
There
not
you go,
merely to
Retro.
ensure security for our
Yeah,
own
Gwen.
time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions
my
are
God.
right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime.
Wow. That's projection, right? Come on. For the Americans and for the world. Who do you think has the radical, bloodthirsty regime right now, terrorist regime right now? I've said it multiple times. That would be the United States. We have a terrorist, radical terrorist, bloodthirsty regime. So does Israel, by the way, who's our greatest ally, our best, friendliest, greatest ally, okay? So, and by the way, a lot of European countries, are cucks to that. Keir Starmer is sort of bowing the head or bending the knee to that. A lot of European leaders are bending a knee to us right now. So they're bowing. A lot of European leaders bowing and bending a knee to the terrorist, murderous regime. Okay, great.
Armed with
Yep,
nuclear
SoCal.
weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the
Have you ever heard of what Pete Hegseth says? He's always talking about lethality. We need to increase lethality. That's like the same thing as saying we want to kill more people. Anyway, all right.
world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the
Portland,
Iranian
right?
military,
Welcome, Portland.
police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call
Jesus.
upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise.
Yeah,
The
Sir
rest
Bartholomew,
will
he does.
be up
He
to
does.
you, but we'll be there
It does,
to help.
Elliot.
Thank you. God bless you to
Jesus
our
Christ.
incredible warriors, and God bless the United States.
Okay, we're done with that. All right. So that was the dictator's speech yesterday. Okay. So guys, I don't know how to phrase this. We've reached a point where let's put it this way. I'm even more concerned today than I was yesterday because of a story that came out, which is absolutely horrific. So let me go to that story for you. So we just mentioned, Meowser just made a joke about jihad, right? Well, this story came out yesterday, and I honestly I did not think it would be this bad. As in, I should have known better. I should have known that this sort of language would be used because, and I've said before, a large chunk of America is a giant death cult. I am not joking. It's a giant death cult. Something like 20 to 30%, maybe even more of Americans. I think like about half of Americans believe that the apocalypse will come during their lifetime, which for those that don't know is the Christian idea of the end times, when Jesus comes back and raises up all the, blessed people and discards all the detritus. Okay. Yeah, retro. But especially the evangelical Protestants in the country, evangelical Christians in the country believe, want that to happen. And a lot of them are Christian Zionists who believe that once the Jews go back to Israel, that will spark the apocalypse, in which case most of the Jews will go to hell, and then the chosen Christians will rise up to heaven. It's a death cult. They celebrate the end of the world. They think it's a good thing if the world ends. And because then they get to go to heaven and Jesus comes back. Okay. Well, this story, Jonathan Larson, who's a really good reporter, okay, a very, hello, Paul Squall, welcome. Jesus, Paul Squall, no pun intended, okay. This is, okay, there you go, Retro Aster, just wait for it. So, Jonathan Larson's a great journalist, and I think, who was it? I think it was Meowser who I saw posted this in Discord, and oh my God, I'm shocked I didn't see it. Okay, so U.S. troops were told Iran war is for Armageddon and the return of Jesus. Now, let me go on here. So it says here, an advocacy group reports commanders giving similar messages at more than 30 installations in every branch of the military. What does that mean? Okay, I'm going to read this to you because you need to hear it. Okay, it is a deeply scary and disturbing idea that a nuclear armed country like the United States that has an enormous amount of military power and influence involved is massively influenced by a death cult who doesn't care if the world ends. Do I need to explain why that's a really scary thought? All right. Anyway, so, oh my God, sorry, I need to, all right. Anyway, so let's read what this article has to say. A combat unit commander told non-commissioned officers at a briefing Monday, okay, Briefing Monday, that the Iran war is part of God's plan and that President Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth, according to a complaint by a non-commissioned officer. All right. From Saturday morning through Monday night, more than 110 similar complaints about commanders in every branch of the military have been logged by the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, or MRFF. Okay. The complaints came from more than 40 different units spread across at least 30 military installations, the MRFF told me Monday night. The MRFF is keeping the complaints anonymous to prevent retribution by the Defense Department. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to my request for comment. One complainant identified themselves as a non-commissioned officer in a unit currently outside the Iran combat zone, but in ready support status, deployable at any time. The NCO said they were Christian and emailed the MRFF on behalf of 15 troops, including at least 11 Christians, 1 Muslim, and 1 Jew. Okay. The NCO wrote to the MRFF that their commander urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. So, now, okay. It will be cited here that Pete Hegseth has really enshrined evangelical Christianity as part of the military ethos, guys. He is an evangelical Christian. He's very explicitly. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has enshrined evangelical Christianity at the utmost levels of the U.S. military, airing monthly prayer meetings throughout the Pentagon. Last year, the Pentagon confirmed to me that Hegseth attends a weekly White House Bible study. It's led by a preacher who says God commands America to support Israel. Okay. Monday's email from the NCO said that their commander's remarks destroy morale and unit cohesion and are in violation of the oaths we swore to support the Constitution. So, okay. Now, all right. This is deeply, deeply disturbing. Hello, Arbiter Klosser. Welcome back, okay? Welcome, Body Swap. Welcome, Global. Welcome everyone hello, Alyssa, okay? So, do we see why this is a problem, okay? Do we see, yeah, Paul Squaw. Now, does this mean that this is the reason we're going to war? Hello, Matt Guy. No, it doesn't. Does it mean that this will necessarily mean anything is different? No. But it's certainly disturbing thought. I know, Cavell, that they're literally preaching end times philosophy and claiming that this is an Armageddon war. That certainly doesn't make me feel very secure, right? It doesn't make me think they're going to make the best decisions about this shit, right? And what is it that we're always screaming about Muslims? Okay, how, they want to do jihad and how, they're trying to kill whatever, all that nonsense, especially the stuff that people say about Iran. Okay, thank you very much, whoever sent that to me. Thank you very much, Marzipan Power. Okay, that does not make me feel very secure. And it certainly is 1,000 times worse than any sort of jihadi ideology I've ever heard about. Anyway, so just a note there that this is happening and that there's hundreds of troops complaining about it at American military bases about the preaching of this end times apocalyptic theology. And as they said here, a lot of the troops complaining aren't Christian. They are Muslim, they are Jewish. They're people who are not Christian who are like, not a good idea for this. This is against the Constitution. Anyway, yep. So just an interesting thought. Apparently, guys, we're in a crusade, just like way back when, and in a genocidal crusade. Yeah, and you're right. There was also Christians complaining, Sir Bartholomew. But like this is one particular kind of Christianity, extreme evangelical Christianity, a very dangerous ideology there that's now infiltrated our military. Okay. So that's disturbing. Just something to think about, a new dimension to think about in all this apocalyptic end times idea. all right, that is sort of being injected into all of this. All right. So that's no good. That is no good. No good at all. Hello, Levrons. Welcome back, Levrons. Did I say hello to you before, Levrons? Welcome back. Okay. If I missed anyone's comments, forgive me. I didn't see everyone's comments. Yeah. Now, and admittedly, guys, I've told you this before. When it comes to like religious ideology, that's not typically the main motivating factor for anyone. There are economic considerations that come before that, and then the ideology supports those economic considerations. That doesn't mean that the ideology can't make things more dangerous, though, right? And here we have an example of that, where this end times philosophy might be problematic, even if it's supporting what we would have done anyway. Does that make sense? All right. So just a disturbing thought there. Very disturbing thought there. All right. We are awash in horror. Okay. Oh, hello, Levrons. Okay. Already said hello, so forgive me. So that's good. Yep, there you go, body swap. There you go. All right. So and a few other things going on here, right? Well, what'd you say? Someone just told me that
Of
Trump
America.
is making comments. What'd you say he's making? Oh, he's commenting. Oh, he just made comments. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, so there we go. That's a great story. This end time shit happening. Okay, here we have another story that came out yesterday or this morning, and I want all of your opinion on this because I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think it's an ex post facto excuse. Anyway, so okay. No, that's fair, Mithril. We're talking about evangelical fundamentalists. I should say that. In the United States, though, Mithril, typically when the word evangelical was used, it refers to a specific kind of Protestant that is fundamentalist. But you're correct that the word evangelical in other places doesn't always mean that, okay? All right. So this is, okay. This story came out, yeah, exactly, right? Hello, hello, elevator lady. So glad you're here, elevator lady. Welcome. Here's another one. U.S. strikes in Iran triggered by Israel's plan to launch attack, Rubio says. Okay. All right. So let's talk about this. So Israel's determination to attack Iran and the certainty that U.S. troops would be targeted in response forced the Trump administration to take preemptive strikes, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a new explanation for Washington's surprise entry into the conflict. The rationale drew divided reviews from top members of Congress, on who Monday evening received the first briefing by the Trump administration since it ordered the air campaign to begin over the weekend. Rubio, the CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair Dan Kane spoke to lawmakers behind closed doors in the Capitol ahead of a vote expected later this week in the House of Representatives on a war powers resolution that presents an unlikely opportunity to force Trump to end hostilities with Iran. Okay, this is what the quote is. It was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States, Rubio told reporters in the Capitol. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties. Now, guys, do we really think? Okay, so there was a report prior, right? There was a report prior, guys, where it was claimed that the Trump administration was hoping Israel attacked first so that we wouldn't have to take responsibility for the attack. All right? If you think of it that way, do we really believe this? Like, this seems like, okay, yeah, Israel is horrible and evil and shit like that, okay? But if we didn't want them to attack, we could have easily been like, nope, you're not going to do that. They are a vassal state of ours. We could have told them, nope, you're not going to do that, and we'll stop funding you if you do that. We could have easily told them, well, you can do that, but we're not going to support you, right? This is an excuse, okay? It is an attempt to pass the blame on. and it's not even a good job at doing an attempt to pass the blame on, right? Okay, it's just not. So, okay, yeah, Israel's evil, et cetera, et cetera. They wanted to do this attack, but it makes us sound like we're just these passive, oh, we couldn't do anything about it. We had to do this because Israel was about to attack. Well, guess what? You have a lot of say over Israel. Make them not attack. Okay. So it makes me think more and more, folks, that Trump just wanted a war to start as a distraction, and Israel gave him the opportunity. Right. Right. Um, okay. And so he's like, okay, I'm going to take that opportunity, and then I can blame Israel if it doesn't go the way we want it to. Yes, exactly, Sir Bartholomew. When I use the word evangelical, I need to be more careful about it. That's for sure. I think uh, Mithril has pointed that out before, and I really ought to be better at it, to be honest. Okay, so isn't that great? So just a little note here. This is another of the many narratives that the Trump administration is releasing about the reasons for the war. They would say to stop the nukes, it's to get rid of the missile threat, it's to liberate the Iranian people. Now it's apparently because Israel did it first, and we just need to protect ourselves from the backlash. Um, okay. Okay. So Levron says, by the way, I want to contest you on a theological basis. The things mentioned in the book of Revelation are things that any person, not even world leaders, can just do. They are miracles and signs. So Levron's, so I'm not, let's put it this way, Levron's, I'll just believe you. I mean, I'll just believe you automatically. I'm not talking about any of my theological beliefs. Okay. which I don't have because I'm an atheist, but I was talking specifically about the theological beliefs of fundamentalist evangelical Protestants in the United States. Okay. I'm not talking Catholic beliefs. I'm not talking anything like that. So you can believe your interpretation of Revelation. All right. I'm not contesting that at all. Does that make sense? All right. I'm just talking specifically about how some people interpret it, because there's different sects of Christianity who interpret it in different ways, etc. All right. Okay. So Arbeiterklasse, there were 1,001 ways out for Tangerine Palpatine. Correct. There were he just didn't do it. All right. Okay. Suffering helps the regime. Correct. All right. World War III started. Okay, because Obama made a joke on Trump. Yeah, maybe. Bread lines, but if you sign up for ICE, you get 50K bonus. Exactly. Obama done did it. Yeah, okay. So outer signal, multiple interests aligned, Epstein distraction, military industrial complex, Israeli interest, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, no, you know what? You're right, outer signal guys. There were multiple interests aligning here, okay? But that's dangerous because for a war, to launch a war when you don't have a specific aim in mind, you just have a general understanding of a bunch of What the hell's that sound? Oh, sorry, that just turned on randomly. Without a clear, definitive end goal, that's problematic, right? Because, all right, okay, it's problematic anyway. But Jesus, all right. So okay. Moving on here. Right. So, okay. Huh. So there you go. Right. Now they're claiming it's Israel. Now, here we got more going on. A problem that America is automatically running into. Okay. And ugh. So it is very expensive to purchase, and maintain uh, interceptors. So this is a form of military equipment that is used to shoot down missiles and drones. Okay. And Iran has tons of missiles and drones. They're basically firing tons of missiles and drones in a response to themselves being attacked. All right. And the interceptors for these missiles and drones are expensive. They're oftentimes they themselves are missiles, or they're drones that can be used to intercept. And apparently, the United States is already sort of starting to run low on the number of interceptors available for military action against Iranian warheads in the Middle East. As a matter of fact, a bunch of U.S. allies in the Middle East, okay, a bunch of Gulf states over in the Middle East, have been asking the United States for help in refilling their reserve of interceptors, and the United States has been stonewalling them because they don't want to waste any of the ones that they have. They're not giving them. Okay. So yeah, exactly. Meowsword. So whoopsie. So the Israel is stone. I'm sorry, the Israel. Oops, that was a Freudian slip. I meant the U.S. The U.S. is stonewalling requests by some Gulf states to replenish their air defense interceptors as pressure mounts on them to join the U.S. Okay, and Israel in their war on Iran. One Western official and one former U.S. official familiar with the matter told the Middle East Eye. All right. At least one Gulf state that has come under attack from Iran asked U.S. officials about replenishing supplies that have been depleted since the joint U.S. Israeli attack on Iran, but was brushed off, the former U.S. official familiar with the discussion said. In a separate case, another Gulf state responded to U.S. requests to use their air bases in their country with inquiries about the U.S.'s commitment to their air defense systems. A Western official familiar with the matter told MEE. Uh, but but the former U.S. official familiar with conversations in the administration said Gulf states would be left wanting if they expect a new supply of interceptors. Okay. Uh, all right. You see what I mean? That's problematic. All right. Whatever munitions were produced in the last couple months, we have shot several years worth of production in the last few days, the former official said. Oops. Oops. Looks like Iran's strategy is working. Okay. Lebron's, let's see here. You got to go come here. LeBron says, no, but it's a big jump, by the way. Looking at a few quotes and connecting it with the idea that the U.S. is controlled by an end times narrative when those same words can be found throughout all of history. You are being Candace Owens. Levrons. My dear Levrons. Did you even listen to what I was saying, Levrons? I said this doesn't mean that this is the reason we're going the war. It doesn't mean that this is influencing our decisions in the war. I simply said that there was a report. There was a report of about 110 different soldiers from multiple different bases that they were being preached end times theology at their military bases. Okay. You are making the extra step in saying that I am saying the United States is controlled by that ideology. I am saying this is very dangerous. We cannot have people high up who believe this ideology and are trying to spread it to troops. Okay. To say that I'm Candace Owens is moronic. It is absolutely moronic. Are you okay with so let me ask you, Levrons, are you okay with American troops being preached to that this is an apocalyptic war against Iran? I don't know what you're defending here. Why are you coming at me? Levrons, why? Why would you? I don't get your argument. All right. To say I'm being Candace Owens, are you insane? All right. Moving on. Jesus. Okay. I know, Meowsword, you're right. I shouldn't even engage. All right. But see, the thing is, Levrons is a Catholic. I don't know why Levrons is coming out. I'm not even going after Catholics. I'm going after evangelical, and of a certain kind of Christianity, evangelical, fundamentalists. I don't know that the Catholic Church does not agree with this philosophy at all. The Catholic Church doesn't believe anyone knows when the end times will happen because only God and Jesus knows that. So I don't know what Levrons is saying. Anyway, I'm losing my mind. It's okay, whatever. I'll stop. I'm not a fan of being called Candace Owens. Okay, whatever. Um, yeah. All right. So moving on, guys. So again, we are running out of interceptors already. We are running out of interceptors already. Great planning on our end, right? Great planning on our end. Great planning on our end. So that's good. Love that. We've already run out of interceptors. Trump, by the way, initially announced that we had enough supplies to last us months. Apparently not. We're already out of one of the most. Okay, that's okay, Levrons. You go over on Discord. Send me a private message, okay? If you want to explain more your comment, send me a private message over on Discord, all right? But don't call me Candace Owens. I don't know why you would. That seems like a bit of an escalation there, Levrons. I don't think I've ever called you anything like that. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, moving on here. So moving on. So again, isn't that great? That's great. Already the incompetence is all, really shining through. Here we go. So here we go. Here we got another one. This is another interesting article I saw. This is from the New York Times, right? Oh. Here, this is from the New York Times. All right. This is from the New York Times. So I thought this was a great analysis. This is great analysis. So I thought we could read a little bit of this. This is from the New York Times. This guy, I don't really know who he is. I read a little bit about him. I've never heard of him before. He writes about European and Middle Eastern diplomacy and security. I looked up a lot of what he said, and he's right on the ball. He's great. Okay, he's great. How dare you guys? How dare you call me Candace Owens? All right. So this guy's article he wrote in the New York Times. It said Iran. By the way, I am shocked that the um uh, uh uh, the New York Times has been posting some articles that are pretty anti the war in Iran, which is shocking, and it shows how bad the Trump administration is being at doing the propaganda. Because the New York Times has no problem just doing the propaganda every single time. Okay. But they're having trouble because it's so unjustifiable, right? So, okay. So let's see here. Jesus. So let's watch it say Iran's strategy: expand the war, increase the cost, outlast Trump. The Islamic Republic is aiming to draw out the conflict and broaden the fighting, right? That would force President Trump to risk more casualties and more political capital. Okay. So we're entering a war of attrition. A war of attrition is basically where there is no clear victor, and the first person who is unable to sustain combat is the one who ultimately loses. And this is what always happens. Okay, this is what happened in most of America's wars that we've lost. And Iran, by the way, has been planning for this scenario for 20 or more years, and they have practice. There have been multiple occasions where the United States has bombed Iran. They are used to this sort of thing. They are used to having to prepare for this sort of thing. They have many plans in place to last in a war of attrition. They have much experience. They have experience being embargoed and being sanctioned, so having to rely on other things. Okay. 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 Again, that's problematic. That's very problematic. That obviously Iran has, I mean, it's obvious too. Anyone could have guessed that. They're used to this sort of thing. So, okay. The Islamists, and by the way, in this war, Iran, their goal has to be to survive. Their goal is to survive. That is their goal. America's goal has to be to win, and it's much easier to survive than it is to just win with whatever it is that America wants to accomplish. So, okay, automatically there's a big problem there. All right. And to me, I would argue it's not possible for America to quote unquote win unless they put troops on the ground. And in that case, they'll lose anyway. So I don't see how we could possibly win the war. And honestly, I don't care. We should lose the war because we are the aggressors. But my point is that this is stupid. Okay, this is very stupid. All right. W, happy Tuesday. Dropping an incredible vid from Professor Zhang Shi Huin in the Reacts channel. It's 45 minutes plus. Thank you very much, W. Someone else gave me a video of his. I have some issues with Zhang. I know who Zhang is. Maybe I'll watch a video of his at some point. He's not very. Some of the things he says are not very verifiable academically. Anyway, regardless, we can maybe watch one of his videos. Okay, he also really cherry picks some of the things he says when he makes his predictions. Yeah, he is fun, Meowsword, but like we'll talk, maybe we'll watch a video of his. We'll see what you all think. But thank you, W. We'll take a look at that. All right. All right. So to do that, so the Islamic Republic's first goal is to respond. Priority is to survive. To do that, its leaders will want to drive up the cost of the war for President Trump. In terms of American casualties, energy costs, and inflation, to try to persuade him to declare victory and go home. Well, that's easy. Okay. All right. Why does he here? Lebron's my question. Why does Israel, which is a Jewish nation who rejects Jesus and is a major associate and player in this, is that a trick question, Lebron's? Because they want to form Greater Israel. They want to build an Israeli empire. And there's also some, because of the Zionist ideology, which originally was a secular ideology that claims that the land of Canaan or Israel or Palestine or whatever you want to call it historically belongs to the Jewish folks and should belong to them, and therefore they have a right to kill people and displace people and remove them from the land. What do you mean? Why does Israel, which is a Jewish nation who rejects Jesus, a major associate and player in this? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I never said that this war was about Christianity. And I said that Christianity, there were evangelical, fundamentalist, end times philosophy being preached in military bases, and that there were troops complaining about it because it's not normal in the American military to have explicitly apocalyptic language being used in prayer sessions where you have people of multiple faiths. This war does not have to do with Christianity, except for where it has to overlap, where Christian Zionism is concerned. So I'm not sure. I think you're misunderstanding stuff. Okay. Anyway, um, all right. So, okay, I'm sorry, I'll be quiet, guys. All right, faced with the overwhelming firepower of the United States and Israel, diplomats and analysts say Iran is working to enlarge the battlefield from its own territory to the broader region. The goals are to damage oil and gas infrastructure in neighboring countries, shut the Strait of Hormuz to shipping, and curtail air traffic, all to disrupt the economies of the Persian Gulf and drive up global energy prices and inflation. Iran will also be trying to exhaust um, the number of expensive missile interceptors held by its enemies. Guess what? They're already doing that. They're already exhausting the missile interceptors. And I suspect Iran is holding off on using all their missiles. They have plenty more missiles in stock. So we will likely run out of expensive interceptors before the other stuff. Okay. I will say, LeBron's, I'm not trying to be mean to you, really. Maybe you need to go back and watch the stream because I don't think you understood the argument I was making. Maybe you missed part of it. I was not saying that the war was because of Christianity at all. I was simply saying that there were troops complaining. You see what I mean, LeBron's? I don't, if I'm sounding condescending, I'm not meaning to, but maybe go back and watch the beginning of the stream just in case you missed my point. Okay. All right. Okay. Uh, so there we go. We got our missile interceptors are already being exhausted. Okay. All right. Iran is working to all to disrupt the economies of the Persian Gulf. So they're also doing that, etc. Okay, we get that. Here we go. We got the war has become a test of wills and stamina, said Vali Nasser of the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies in Washington. Iran is facing qualitatively superior militaries, so the strategy is to test their will by expanding the battlefield, complicating the war, and increasing the danger to the world economy. And like I've said, folks, they're used to this. Iran has been targeted for years and years and years and years and years. Okay. They're used to this. It's not like they are have very high endurance for this sort of thing. Okay, the strategy is not complicated. All right, as it says here. Okay, so Iranians want to spread the pain as much as they can, regardless of the cost to themselves, and burn relationships with their neighbors, hoping to create enough opposition to the war to compel President Trump to back off. There's already tons of opposition to the war. They don't have to do much, folks. Already lots of opposition to the war. Okay, so it's okay. Um, they're all right. They're winning, obviously. They were winning from the very beginning. I got to tell you, they were. All right. Okay. So there's that. I don't know what all these shoes things are up on here. Maybe I need to buy some shoes or something. I don't know. Okay. So that's good. Great. Right. This plan is called, and this word I've heard before, guys. It's called asymmetric endurance. Accepting initial damage to preserve the ability to escalate when Israeli, American, and Persian Gulf air defenses are stretched thin. Okay. The thinking behind the strategy is that Mr. Trump, facing midterm elections and a skeptical MAGA movement, will choose to curtail the war before American casualties. Um, okay. I got you, Levrons. Well, if I said that that was what the war is about, that's so okay. Let me rephrase Levrons. Levron says this is a fair point. Levron says, I am replying to they are a death cult who is preaching end times prophecy, so you may know what this war is about. Yes, so I am not saying that is what the war is about. That's what they are saying the war is about. In the military bases, what they're saying to soldiers is that this is a war, an apocalyptic end times war for the sake of bringing the second coming of Jesus. That is what they are saying it is about. Is that what it's really about? No. Okay. There are economic and political considerations that was what the war is really about. No, it's okay, Leverance. I thank you for pointing out where the confusion was. You see what I mean? Does that make sense, Leverance? I don't want you. Yeah, okay. I may be an atheist, but I'm not like, I'm not saying everything is because of religion. All right. Okay. All right. So again, they're used to this. They're used to this kind of war. They have tons of stockpiles ready for it. They're cautiously withholding using all their missiles to wait until we're exhausted, or but before us and the America and our allies are exhausted and we're out of interceptors, so they can then just start launching more missiles. It's okay. Um, okay, it's unwinnable, in my opinion. It's completely unwinnable. And Donald Trump saying, okay, that's fair, Matt Saga. You can say it, right? You can say it if you want to. So, Matt Saga, did you see the beginning of the presentation? All right. So, all right. Okay, let's see here. Going back here. Okay, guys. So, going on here. What did I just say here? Oh no. Oh, I just messed something up. Why did that happen? What did I just do here? What did I just do here? Let me quickly fix this. Multi-chat's back up. Where'd my multi-chat go? Give me 1 second, guys. So something happened with the multi-chat, so now I have to fix it. Boop. Paste. Huh. Where did it go? Where did it go? Docs, multi-chat. Huh. The multi-chat disappeared on my end, at least. Who knows? All right. So, guys, let me go on here to the as a browser doc. Okay, here we go. Stream chat. Okay, let me just fix this real fast. Multi-chat. Okay, so again, not looking good for American military, although we all knew that, didn't we? We all knew that in advance. Okay. All right, you guys. Yeah, okay, we knew this, right? Okay, so moving on here. The war is expanding pretty horrifically already. All right, pretty horrifically already. Israel is now invading Lebanon. So, okay, now Israeli soldiers are now deployed on the ground in southern Lebanon. Interesting framing there, and they've begun bombing Beirut. So that's good. You'll notice here, guys. Oh, this is actually just came in. This just came in. Trump says he is not happy with the UK, for my UK people out there, with UK, and cuts off all trade with Spain over Iran. Good, guys. The American empire continues to fall. Yay! You know what? I'm kind of happy with it. Let the American empire fall faster. This will accelerate that decline. Yay. Yay for the fall of the American empire. Okay. I'm not happy with the UK, Trump says. Okay. No, I know Spain is not the UK, but I'm saying that it's funny because so yeah, why is he upset with the UK though? Wasn't the UK just kind of like bowing their heads? Okay. I am not happy with the UK. Okay, Trump said as he met German Chancellor Friedrich Merz at the White House. It's taken 3-4 days of us to work out where we can land, Trump said, referring to Starmer. He added, "This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with." Yeah, right, Mithro. Hey, for all the UK folks out there, you should be proud of yourselves. The Mango Mussolini is not happy with you. That's a great news. Okay, great news. But of course, Starmer is barely pushing back, so I'd prefer some more pushback, but hey, why not? Better than nothing, I guess. Okay. Anyway, so he's upset that Starmer is not like Winston Churchill, apparently. Okay. And he's just mad that the UK won't really let us land at many of their bases. What a shame. All right. Ewok is cheering for the Rebel Alliance. Exactly, Arbeiterklasse. All right. So, okay, that's funny. Then he goes on to say, Spain has been terrible, Trump told reporters, adding that he had told the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to cut off all dealings with Spain. We're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain because Spain is one of the few countries that is refusing to participate at all. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, there you go, Matt Sage, okay? the Winston Churchill, the guy who said that had very racist views of Indians and Muslims and other groups of people. All right. Anyway, so okay, that's kind of cute. Anyway, so that's good. At least the UK is mad, right? Okay. Oh, here, this is funny, guys. Trump is now insisting that the Israel did not force the USA's hand, even though they were earlier claiming that the Israelis attacked first, which is what made America have to take decisive action. So again, not very clear here. Already they're changing their story. Da, 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 da. Okay, got more people are confirming. Jason Burke is saying the outcome and duration of the war in the Middle East may be decided by a grim calculus based off the size of Iran's drone and missile stockpiles versus vital air defense munitions held by the U.S., Israel, and Gulf states. And we already know that the U.S. is running low on their defensive munitions. So, okay, looks like the war is already going in a great direction, right? Already going in a great direction. So good, great for us. All right. So just a few notes here. Again, Israel is now invading Lebanon. The war is spreading all over the place. Gas prices, if you want to look at economic problems, gas prices are through the roof. Gas prices are basically going up. Just to explain to you, so gas prices spike overnight because of the war. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the consumer bases of countries that are the United States and European countries, which will further put pressure on the American regime to stop the war. So there's a lot of pressure going on. Iran's strategy is likely working. Okay, bye-bye, Mayflower Kid. Enjoy, or good luck, I should say. The price for a regular gallon of gasoline in the United States rose sharply overnight. AAA says prices jumped about 11 cents, and they're going to keep going up and up and up. So gas prices are going up. Apparently, the stock market didn't do too well today. I haven't checked it, but I know, who cares really about the stock market, except that it is a sign of how the elites might be feeling. So, stock market, how's the stock market doing? Stock market is down today. They plunge. Oh, goodness. So I guess the stock market is plunging. That's what Yahoo Finance says. Let's take a look here. How is the stock market? Ooh, yeah. Ooh. All right. The Dow Jones. Ooh, everything is dropping. Look at this crap. The Dow, NASDAQ is down 1%. Dow is down 1%. Yeah, everything's dropping in the stock market. Dow falls by 700 points, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ sinks. So, okay, good. This is fun. This war is going so well, right, guys? You'll stick with your, there you go. Yeah, I know, I'll bite your class. I'll bite your class. I get it, right? So there we go. Yay. Okay, so the war going great so far, everyone. Going great. All right. So those are just some of the stories I wanted to chat about. Okay. And, so that's good. The war is continuing, not going well. And it's only day 2. Oh my God, you're so white, Gwen. We've only been at war for 2 days. 2 or 3 days or something like that. I don't know, something like that. And it's supposed to it's supposed to last like 4 to 8 weeks, according to Trump. All right. All right. Everyone having fun winning? Oh my goodness, it's great. Love the incompetence. It's fantastic. So that's good. All right. Yeah, it's felt like so much longer, but this has not been happening for long. Okay, guys. I'm going to put my face up here for a second. Yeah, the timeline increases every day. Correct. Heck of a week. It's been one hell of a week. Okay. Like focusing on Levrons. Good question, Levrons. Lebron, let me put my face up, Levrons, and then I'll answer you. And guys, I obviously do not have a monopoly on truth, especially in regards to predicting the future. LeBron says, I want to know, what do you think will be the outcome of this war? Meaning like focusing on Iran, what will happen there? I suspect right now, LeBron's, that they'll just install a new supreme leader and go on as normal. I don't see, right now, I don't see any significant changes happening in Iran, except for maybe the choice of a more conservative supreme leader. I don't think anything is going to change in Iran unless, Americans put troops on the ground, in which case there'll be a lot more death and destruction. A puppet government will be installed. America will eventually lose that war. And then God knows what will happen in Iran. So it's not going to be good, Levrons. It's not going to be good no matter what happens. This is why, Levrons, regime change wars are stupid. It doesn't even matter. Like when we overthrew Saddam Hussein, that did not go well at all. It did not go well at all. It never goes well. The idea that we should celebrate when there is a regime change war is a big mistake, especially when we have no idea what the result is going to be of it, right? So here's an example of that. It is not going well, and there's zero indication that it's going to end in an actual changed regime that's better for the Iranian people. Okay, that's why I get kind of grossed out when people yesterday were celebrating this as if it had already happened, as if like somehow the beginning of the war is a sign that the Iranian people are magically liberated. That is not how that works. All right. And it never works that way. Historically, it has never worked that way. It has never, ever, ever worked that way historically. And I'm not saying that as a political partisan. I'm saying that as a historian. Okay. So I just love that people were celebrating what was clearly not decided yet and is already out of control because that's what happens. All right. How dare you, Mad Sci Guy? Okay. Retro Asher knows this. Retro Asher knows history. All right. Yeah, exactly. This is why, guys, like a lot of people like MAGA folks and stuff were all celebrating. This is going to be a great liberation for the Iranian people. Is it? Because it just started. And every time in history, it's been a horrible mistake when these things have happened. Every single time. And so I don't know why people have no sense of history and don't look at history at all, and automatically go rah, 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 the people there are free, when that isn't what happens a lot of the time. Okay? Now, we could talk about Venezuela. I don't know what's happening in Venezuela right now. Maduro has been removed. Does anyone know what's really happening in Venezuela right now? I don't even know. So I can't really, regardless, there are like, that's one historical example where I haven't heard what the outcome was of that operation for the people of Venezuela. By the way, even if it was a good outcome, it does not justify what happened there. I haven't read about that. So that's one historical example I don't have information on, but every other one I can think of, every other thing I can think of has not ended well. Matt Saigai, CR wants the Iranian people to live under a theocracy. Matt Saigai, I hate you, all right? I don't know. We probably are, Alyssa. Yeah, Gwen. So anyway, just a note there. I cannot, guys, a lot of you were alive during the Iraq war, and I'm sure a lot of you thought the same thing. You're like, again, we're really going to buy this again? That we're going to do a regime change war and that's going to end well? Okay, great. Great. Love that. All right, you guys. So Medek Stewart, a friend of mine who lives in Venezuela, liked that Maduro was gone, but he hasn't appeared to experience any big changes. Yeah, Dex Stewart, it hasn't changed much. And like from what I've heard, not much has changed in Venezuela. And guys, to be clear, if the people of Iran want to liberate themselves, I'm all for that. If the people of Venezuela want to liberate themselves, I'm all for that. Liberate yourselves. But that's none of my goddamn business. And it'll make it harder for those people if it's done from an outside power. It just will. It always does. Okay? Yeah, LaCroix. So I don't know. I have to read about what's happening in Venezuela, right? Admittedly, I got to tell you guys, though, what happened in Venezuela is sort of a weird historical anomaly. And I say this, you guys know, not defending any of this. I'm just saying we went in, removed the leader, and then did not install a new leader. In theory, we didn't install a new leader, right? We sort of went in, took the current leader, and then the vice president took over. And I'm not so it was a weird transition of power. I'm not sure. I don't know what the results are going to be. It'll be interesting to see. Okay, it's not going to be good. I can promise you that. CR says you guys can die trying to liberate yourself. I couldn't care less. No, Matt Saigai, how dare you? Okay, I care about people wanting to liberate themselves, right? I'm just saying for a foreign government to illegally attack a country to to you know, and then say that it's to help liberate those people, that's not how that works. Okay, that's not how that works. Screw you, Matt Saigai. Okay. So let's see here, Levrons. Levrons, this is a good question. Levrons, I know we disagree a lot, Levrons, but I do appreciate you have good questions. Okay, Levrons asks, do you think that you are being a bit too pessimistic, and you feel there is even little good to it when the lives of so many Iran are at stake? The reason being that the help to the oppressed in good, in my view. Okay, Levrons, I got to tell you, yeah, I mean, yeah, Levrons, I got to tell you that, like, but here, okay. So, Levrons, let me put it this way. Would a different regime in Iran, might there be a different regime in Iran that would be better for the Iranian people? 100% Levrons. I'm all for people being liberated, all right? But here's my issue, Levrons, right? I am being pessimistic because the history shows that forcing regime change from outside of a country does not achieve that. I want the people of Iran to be liberated, and what we're doing now will make things worse for them. I don't like what we're doing because it is not going to liberate the Iranian people. Historically, it's going to result in more death and destruction for the Iranian people. So yeah, I got what you're saying, Levrons, but there is just no historical precedent for a foreign intervention um, causing a better situation like that in a country. If you're going to remove a regime and install another one, you see what I mean? It just doesn't work that way. And we killed a bunch of girls in a school, for example. Like, okay, it's not, all right. So if that makes sense. Mecha Kind, have you heard about Peter Morset? He was a Norwegian war hero shot in the back multiple times. Yes, I've heard of him, Mecha Kind. I'm having a mind blank remembering what he did. Anyway, but that's excellent. Okay, forgive me, guys. I'm ranting now. Let's go on. I have a few other things for us to talk about, okay? Yeah, they don't care, but that's the other point. True, Mr. King K. We do know that Israel and the United States don't care about liberating the Iranians, right? None of this is about liberating the Iranians. None of this is about liberating the Iranians. If we're talking about that as a side effect, you know, that's up to the Iranian people. By the way, not all the Iranians want to have a regime change. There have been massive protests in Iran against regime change, just as there have been massive protests for it. So, okay. Moving on. I am not pro this at all. Okay, so guys. So, and also, obviously, I think it's also the West is constantly interfering in other countries, and it's none of my business. Let's say I did want regime change over there. That's none of my business. They're a sovereign country with people in it. They can make that decision for themselves. I shouldn't be doing that. Okay. So, guys, what I'm going to do now is we're going to briefly stop talking about the war. We're going to do a little bit of an educational thing here, right? A little bit of an educational thing here. And we're going to do one that's kind of fun. It's very brief. And then we're going to talk about something that's a little bit longer, not very long though. That'll be unrelated to the news because I need a break, and I think you all should take a break too, to talk about something slightly unrelated for the sake of education. You all ready for this? You all ready for this? Let's do this, and then we can get back to the news, okay? The war will still be happening once we end this, okay? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's watch this, okay? So let's go here. Let's briefly talk about something that I think is super interesting. It is called corporate speak, okay? Corpo speak, as I call it. Now, it is interesting how in situations of power, give me a second here. Where's my face? Where'd my face go? Oh, there it is. There's my face. Jeez, I need to figure out how to make this damn thing. Whatever, it's fine. I'm a great streamer. Don't yell at me. Okay. Hello, Adam GM. Welcome. So, okay. Here we have another issue here. So, okay, something to talk about. Who here has worked in a corporate situation or like a private organization, like a retailer or, okay, bye-bye, LaCroix. How dare you, LaCroix? Or like some sort of company, some corporate entity, right? And especially if it's a big corporate entity. Mr. Levrons, it might be due to other alternatives that for foreign nation might have. Mhm. Levrons, you saying you're okay. Levron says, Is it too early to judge?" Absolutely, Levrons. I don't know how things are going to go. You're right, but I can promise you that the signs are not good, and that every case historically has ended badly. So I'm going off of past evidence. It's not going to go well, and you're right. Maybe it'll magically go well, but already it's not going well. Over 100 children were killed, and we're being depleted, and okay, it's not going well. All right, this isn't going well. Um, all right. There you go. Yes, there you go, body swap. That sounds great. So, and okay, so anyway, guys, who here has worked for a big corporate entity? All right. Here's the thing. Okay. So within situations where there's a power hierarchy, right? We've talked before about how, okay, we've talked before about this. I keep showing you this chart, guys, because I want it to be imprinted in your brain. Okay. Levrons. Okay, Levrons. Hey guys, so Levron says it is reported in some places that Iran attacked their own school. Levrons, literally, I think you're on the Discord. We had a big conversation about this yesterday on the Discord. That has been disproven 1,000 times. There is no evidence that Iran attacked their own school. All the accounts that have said that are Israeli accounts, essentially. And there is significant evidence. There is no evidence there's tons of evidence that it was either Israel or the United States. There was none that Iran did it. And all the attempts to show it was Iran have been disproven as hoaxes. We actually debated with someone on the Discord yesterday. It is 100% either Israel or the United States that did that, Levrons. It just is. All right. Okay. So that is not. And I really recommend. I don't want to go back into it. Go over to our Discord. Scroll back in the mainstream chat. We had a whole conversation about this, and there were sources cited and everything showing that that's not true. Okay. Anyway, moving on, guys. So, all right. So let's talk real fast about this. In every society or situation of power, okay. So, like in every company, um, there's no evidence on the side that it was Iranians. Okay. So in every like society organization, there is a structure that we've talked about, right? You have an infrastructure, which is how technology is used and how people do their work. There is a social structure, which is the power relationship. Um, the power relationship people have in that organization, and then there's a superstructure. And a superstructure is the culture, the language, and things like that that are used inside of a society or an organization. Yeah, you know, Dolly Boy, you guys know the superstructure oil barrel. All right. And these things impact each other. So the social structure, the superstructure, so the worldview and culture is reinforces the social structure. And the social structure can only be certain things based off the work you're doing and stuff like that. Does this make sense? Okay. So, in a corporate setting, though, there is something that has been studied by anthropologists called corpo speak. These are words and phrases that are used in a corporate environment. All right. If you guys, while we're talking about this, if you guys think of any that I have not included up here, please post it in the chat for all of us to share. I am sure, that you all have heard some of these before. And I want us to take a look at these and translate them because it is a different language. It is a language set up to reinforce the power structures inside of corporations. All right? It is a language set up to reinforce the power structures inside of corporations. So, the first one here, let's circle back. Let's circle back. Has anyone ever heard that in a corporate setting? Let's circle back. That is a nice way of saying like, you know what? You got us off track, and we need to. We didn't do this. You didn't do this well enough. Let's take a look at this again because you messed up, right? Um. Okay. Uh. So, uh, right. That it's a nice way of saying, shut up. Let's go back to what we were talking about, or we didn't fully fix this problem, so let's go back to it, right? And try to work on it more. Why do we think it's phrased in this way? Why do we think they don't just it's the phrase isn't like it's not they don't just say it like it is. Why don't they just say it like it is? Like, oops, we messed up. We didn't do this well enough. Let's talk about it and do it better. Why do they frame it as let's circle back? Why? Do we see how that reinforces a power structure? Okay. Do we see how that reinforces a power structure? Yeah, exactly, Gwen. You're wrong. It's to stop conflict. It's exactly. Meowser, exactly. Oh, that's fair, Meowser. I could be mistranslating this one, but it's dismissiveness. It's like we don't need to, nothing. Let's circle back to this later. I don't care about what you have to say. I have the power, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that it's just a way to be dismissive without causing conflict. That's fair. Maybe I'm mistranslating this one, guys. It's been a while since I've been in a corporate setting, so I might be mistranslating this one. Okay, what about this one? Let's take this offline. Let's take this offline in reference to, if you're having an email conversation and then they say, you know what, let's take this offline. What does that mean? What does that mean? If you're told in a corporate setting, let's take this offline. All right. There you go, Meowzord. It's a way of saying I don't want documentation of what I'm going to say to you. Right? I want to hide what I'm about to say to you. This one is interesting because it is sort of a form of resistance as much as it is, there you go, outer signal, as much as it is a form of hiding ill intentions by a boss or whatever, okay? So this is both a way of resistance, let's take this offline, and a way of sort of preventing something coming out that bosses don't want other people to hear, right? Okay, another great way to say this, you're right. Who said it? Sir Bartholomew is to say, turn your body cameras off. Correct. All right. What about this one? We're a family here. We're a family here. Yep, Inga. Okay. We're a family here. What does that mean in corpo speak? We're a family here. We're a family here, right? What does that mean? Now, this one might be harder to put into direct words. Sir Bartholomew, correct. Okay? It's us versus them. That's one thing it is. It is like saying that we are a unit, right? We support each other, and then the enemy is out there. The people we're trying to exploit are out there. That's one way to phrase it. Meowzord says, commit beyond your job responsibilities. Yeah, we support each other. We support each other because we're family. It's not necessarily about the money, right? You might need to do more outside of what your job responsibilities are. Okay? Yeah, Fetty Spaghetti, we expect you to sacrifice for us like your family. Correct. Okay? Druzilla, you couldn't be more right. Druzilla says we don't need any union here. Yes, it's also an anti-union phrase, as in, we all support each other. We don't need a union to get between us, right? Let me exploit you. Correct, outer signal. I'm not exploiting you. You're just helping out a family member. Okay? Lebron's absolutely not. And Lebron's, we're not going to talk about this anymore. We're on a different topic. Join the Discord if you want to talk about this more. But Lebron's, that is absolutely not true. And I recommend you look a little bit harder online and elsewhere, even offline. I don't want to pull the academic card. I'm not going to pull the academic card. Lebron's, yes, Greater Israel is not a conspiracy. 100% not a conspiracy. Please look into it. I beg of you. It is not a conspiracy. Okay. Sir Bartholomew, Levrons is being very respectful, okay? I'm a teacher. Levrons is not. Okay. Regardless, guys, we're going to not talk about it now. Okay. Okay. So moving on. Here's another one. Just want to flag this. I kind of put what this means right here. Just want to flag this. All right. What does that mean? Just wanted to flag this. What does that mean? What does that mean in a corporate setting? Okay, just wanted to flag this. What does that mean? Okay, like if you send an email to someone or someone sends an email to you, we can say like, just wanted to flag this. Guys, what does that mean in a corporate setting? Someone tell me. I'm sorry, guys. I will stop engaging with the chat. Let's just focus on this. Just wanted to flag this. All right, you are not updating me. There you go. Okay, Meowzord, correct. Okay, you are not updating me enough and I am micromanaging hard, as in, you better do this. You're not doing this enough. You're being too slow. Just wanted to remind you, you need to do this. Okay. I'm mad at you and I'm micromanaging you and I'm upset that you're not focusing on this. Okay. You see what I mean? So, okay. Just wanted to flag this. It's super, okay. It's super manipulative. It is a way of criticizing someone without directly criticizing them. Okay. What about this one? Let's align. I want us to align on this. I want us to align on this. What does that mean in corpo speak? Okay. What does that mean in corpo speak? Let's align. Someone actually used it earlier. Someone actually used it earlier in chat. Someone actually used it earlier in chat. Um, okay. Agree with the exactly, Gwen. This is like saying agree with the boss. Obey, right? It's a nice way of saying we all better be on the same page. You all better be obedient to the authority figures. And it's framed as aligning on an issue, but it's basically you do what we say. You do what we say. Submit. Okay. There shall be no arguments. We're aligning on this. We are aligning on it. Okay. This one is very nefarious, in my opinion. Let's align. All right. So, Mayflower Kid, we are reading corpo speak. These are common phrases used in corporate workspaces that have alternative meanings, right? That have alternative meanings. Next one here. Just making sure we're on the same page. You're right, Meowzor. Now, if you're in like a co-op, it might be different. Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page. What does that mean? Just making sure we're on the same page. What does that we think mean? Okay. So this one is basically saying just making sure you know exactly what to do. Make sure you do exactly what you've been told. Make sure you don't disobey me. Make sure you understand the orders you've been given. All right. Okay. Sure, Sasha. Absolutely. All right. So, okay. Making sure we're on the same page, right? Isn't that great? Yeah. So that's another one that's kind of dark. What about this one? Thanks in advance. Thanks in advance. Question: if someone says thanks in advance, does that mean you have a choice in doing it? All right. So thanks in advance. Okay. Yeah, you basically means you're gonna do this. Yeah, this is a nice way of saying you're going to do that. Right, Albitra Classa. Um, thank you. Okay, you're gonna do this. You don't have a choice. Thanks in advance. Right? Okay. Absolutely. Right? How about this? We want you to go above and beyond. No, Mayflower Kid, it does not mean thanks in a Mayflower Kid, have you ever worked in a corporate setting? Have you ever worked in a corporate office or for a retailer or anything like that? These words might be different in a context that's like, in a different context, but in a corporate setting, these have meanings that are not directly what they mean. Mayflower Kid. Okay. It does not mean thanks. There is an undertone to this, Mayflower Kid. Okay. That's what we're learning about. And you can tell there are a lot of people in here that know exactly what these things mean without me even saying it because they know what it means in a corporate context. What about this one? Let's go above and we need to go above and beyond. I need you guys to work above and beyond. There you go, Macon. Work yourself overboard. What does it mean? Yes, give us every scrap of free time. Also used to make employees feel guilty for taking time to themselves. Absolutely. Okay. Like this, I hate this one. They will often say I got you, Mayflower Kid. So in a hospital, Mayflower Kid, it's possible that some of these words are used, but in a corporate setting, these are very manipulative words that are used to show power relations. So, okay, fair, Mayflower Kid. A hospital might be a bit different, though. Regardless, there are meanings behind these words. Okay, so above and beyond is a way of saying like you need to go above and beyond is a way we expect you to work outside of your paid hours. That's what it means. If you're expected to work outside of your paid hours, you better do more than you're expected to. You better do more than you're being paid to do. Okay. There you go, Macon. I had a job where the bosses were trying to get people to work much more overtime each year. I rolled my eyes hard during that meeting. Yeah. Okay. There you go, Mayflower Kid. Excellent. Okay. So let's try this one. So this one is just a one that one. I only know one company that uses this phrase. This is Disney. The Disney Corporation, they call their employees cast members. They call their employees cast members. What do we think? So you're not allowed to call yourself an associate or an employee. You have to call yourself a cast member. That's an interesting one, right? It kind of implies that, you're putting on a performance and you're not employed by Disney, right? You're part of a cast, you're part of a group. There you go. Dolly Boy says Subway calls their employees sandwich artists. Okay. Yeah. Philly Cheese. Starbucks calls their employees partners. No, you're employees. You're employees. Okay. I can give you another example here, like back in slave times, and even also after slave times, by the way, a lot of times slave owners would not call their enslaved people slaves. They would call them the help. All right. Now, later, after slavery ended, the Southerners still used the phrase the help, okay, to refer to people who were not enslaved, but who were sort of getting paid menial wages to do labor. But even under slavery, these words were used, or they'd be called workers. All right. So you try to, yeah, team members. Okay. Isn't that great? Yeah, great movie. Absolutely, Gwen. These are all very sort of you are helping indefinitely for no pay. Help, thanks in advance. Exactly, Meowsword. Exactly, right? Okay, so I just wanted to share this with you. There are more, guys. There are a lot more of these out there that I have noticed, and whenever I find one, I have a notebook somewhere where I've kept a running list of all the corpo speak I've heard in my life because I find it fascinating linguistically how there's these words out there, or they'll be like, "You're not the right fit for our company." There you go. Yeah, colleagues. There you go, Mithril. Colleagues. Back when we were employees, now we're associates on some kind of subcommittee task force. There you go. Okay. So, like, just be aware of this, right? There is we don't talk about the meaning of these phrases, but there's a meaning there that is hidden. And it's partially propagandistic, right? It's partially propagandistic. I'm going to give you another example. Human resources departments. Human resources departments, first of all, it's not really propagandistic. It's kind of creepy if you think about it. They're implying that human beings are resources to be used, which is what they do. And human resources departments always claim to be there for the employees, are they not? Don't they? The human resources department is, in theory, claims to be there for you, right? Are human resources department there for the employees? Are human resources department meant to help employees? No. Okay, they are not. They are there to protect the company from lawsuits and other issues with employees. Okay? Now, occasionally, very occasionally, the interests of the human resources department can align with an employee's interests. For example, occasionally, let's say you're sexually harassed on the job and you go to HR, they might do something to help you in order to prevent a lawsuit. So it can occasionally overlap that they will help you if it helps the company too. But a lot of times they'll cover it up because they don't want any problems. Okay? So human resources are not there for you. Yeah, Doug, HR is your best friend. No, okay? And you will actually hear that. You'll hear like, this is here for you, right? She's here to help you in anything you need. Now, Debbie might be a little angel, and she probably is, but that doesn't mean the HR department is there for you. It absolutely does not. Okay, yeah, Mayflower Kid. HR can be helpful, but they're, like I said, it can sometimes overlap, but they're not there for you. All right, they're there for the company. All right? Okay. Anyway, just a note. Right. So, moving on. Also, I will say, Mayflower Kid, something else to consider here. I know you're mentioning some things that you disagree with here. A doctor is a very, very high demand position. There's a reason doctors are paid so much. There's not enough of them, and they're a very high demand position. Companies are going to be a lot nicer to doctors because they're needed and they have invested a lot in a doctor and they don't want them to leave. When it comes to lower down positions, they are not going to be nearly as nice. Okay, so doctors typically are treated better. Now, not always, mind you, because they're such high need positions, and that's why they're paid a lot. Okay, but if you talk about like the majority of people working in the country, yeah, exactly, Mayflower kid. If you talk about like the majority of people working in the United States in working class positions, they do not feel the love from the companies. Okay, all right. So, okay, there we go. I just wanted to talk about it, folks, and then we have one more presentation we're going to do here. But first, guys, I got to use the restroom. I'm sorry, I've been drinking a lot. UK are moving. Unless they're in the UK, many medical personnel are moving to the USA and Australia. You know why, Gwen? Because they can make more money doing that. Yeah. Some companies aren't as bad about this, but okay, Gwen. Yeah, a lot of there are some doctors in the world that just want money, and because they're people, and I'm not saying that they do, so they will move to countries where they can make a lot more money doing what they do instead of working for their country's health system. That's for sure. Okay, so stop peeing without us. I'm sorry, Mr. King. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go urinate. I'll be right back. Love you all. Stick around. We got more content coming for you. Oh God, that sounds so fake. I don't want to sound like that. We got more coming for you right after this break. Anyway, okay. I got you, Mayflower Kid. Yeah. Okay, so I'll be back, guys.
Wanna feel that rush, rising, rising like the golden sun. Gonna take one touch, lightning lets me know that you're the one. Yeah, you took these rough diamonds, my heart is like a loaded gun. And I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love. Now we're here tonight, I'm gonna use that love, use that love. Till it's running dry, I'm gonna use that love, use that love. I was empty, so hollow, since you came up.
How's everyone doing? I needed one of these shitty little things, okay? 'Cause I'm hungry. I'm hungry. All right, you guys. So let me do a little self-promotion before we go on here. I hope that was a nice little distraction from the news for a bit, okay? We will keep talking about the news, of course. Has anything new or shocking happened in the world? I mean, there's tons of shocking shit happening right now as we speak. I can see that views are down today, probably because I'm not talking about the news. I don't care. I need a break. Who cares? All right. Anything news? I'm sorry, Macon. I'm sorry. I know, Mauser. How dare you? Okay, fine. I know granola bars are awful. I know. Okay. Um, if you like my content, you become a member for as little as 99 cents a month over on YouTube. Hit the join button, and for as little as about $1, you can become a member. And if you do, you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name, as along with jester only or community only emojis that are available for you to use in chat. If you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. Send me some of Jeff Bezos' money. Sir Bartholomew, I swear to God. Okay. Or you can subscribe regularly, in which case you won't have to see ads anymore over more on Twitch. For those that are over on YouTube, you can also subscribe to me or follow me on Twitch. That'd be very helpful. And if you're on Twitch, you can go to YouTube and subscribe to me or follow over on YouTube. You can do a thing where you can help me in both ways. If you want to donate, you can donate using Buy Me a Coffee, which is located right here beneath my armpit. Beneath my armpit, right there. And if you send me $5 or more, dollars, I will send you a personalized message. Okay. And if you, you can also send me bits over on Twitch or YouTube Super Chat over on YouTube. Just as a reminder, folks, as the community has gotten larger, I've gotten more and more messages. It's been harder to respond to everyone. The only way to be sure I respond to you is if you donate. If you do a donation with your message. I know that's manipulative. Alas, it's just a way to make sure, because there's already always so many people commenting. It's hard for me to always follow along with what everyone's saying. So to be guaranteed that I'll respond, though most of the time I'll respond to you, you have to donate for it. Okay. Yes, I'm doing that. Okay. Please join. I know Retro Asher, maybe we'll do that sometime. Some other people were asking for merch. I don't know if I have the money right now to do that or the ability yet to do that, but maybe at some point we can have some jester merch. That'd be kind of fun. What else was I going to say? Someone just subscribed, I think. Thank you. Or someone just followed. Thank you for following. What else was I going to say here? Oh, yes. Please join our Discord channel. It's linked at the top of the chat in both YouTube and Twitch. And there's a bunch of other links in there you can look at too. Link to the Buy Me a Coffee. Link to, print on demand. That's a good point, Meowser. Link to, I don't know, the other service I'm on, etc. Link to our Discord. Please use that. All right. Okay. So there we go. Oh, these 6-year-olds acting like they're going to go ski a black diamond. All right, you guys. So anyway, there you go. There's a little bit of self-promotion. Let's get back into it. Okay. So guys, obviously we will get back into the news. I got one more presentation for you, a little bit unrelated. And then I promise we'll get back to the stuff that's happening now. Look, guys, look at this. Look at my face. Look at this. See this? See that right there? You see that right there? That red dot on my forehead? I'm breaking out, guys. I'm breaking out. The stress is overwhelming. I'm breaking out because of all the shit happening in the world, okay? So I'm trying, in order to get rid of this pimple, I'm decided to do these 2 short educational presentations because I need my skin to be beautiful. All right, I need my skin to be beautiful. Although not. I mean, I'm old. My skin's not going to be beautiful for much longer. But anyway, it's not beautiful to begin with. To be honest, it's already wrinkly. Anyway, moving on. So let's do a little presentation here. Okay, one more little presentation that is relevant to what we're seeing today in the world, and then we'll get back to the news. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. So something I've always thought really was very interesting about the world, guys. Something I've always thought was very interesting. Everyone good out there, by the way? Everyone good out there? Everyone okay? Everyone alive? Everyone surviving? Everyone good? Just making sure. Here's another bit of a presentation for all of you. Okay? So there's a book. I've always thought it was really interesting to examine why in history different civilizations fail. Why do they collapse? What happens that makes them not work anymore and sort of fall apart? Elevator lady, you get a boop. Boop. There you go. Okay, thank you, Sir Bartholomew. I'll do a hydrate. Okay. So so there was a book written by a guy named Jared Diamond. Jared Diamond is not the best is not the best academic in the world. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for that contribution. Really, thank you. Thank you very much for that 200 bits over there on Twitch. Okay. Um, Now you're embroidering, excellent, Gwen. Okay. So thank you so much, guys. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Paul. Well, that is why civilization collapsed. Okay, so Jared Diamond wrote a book. I have a copy of it right here. Now, unfortunately, the cover of mine fell off, but I have a copy of it right here. Okay, of Collapse. It's a great book. Highly recommend people read it. I'll put it in the resources section on our Discord. By the way, if you guys don't know, we have a resources section on the Discord that people don't know about that has all the books and stuff. And a lot of the articles and stuff I reference when I'm on streaming. So you can go and read this stuff yourself so you know I'm not making shit up, all right? So if you do join our Discord, which I recommend you do, it's a great and fast-growing community, you can go to the Discord channel. So we're going to talk about what Jared Diamond's argument is in Collapse. Now, he is not an anthropologist or an archaeologist or a historian. He is an ornithologist. Someone tell me in chat, what does an ornithologist study? I'm just curious if anyone knows, all right? But he does some pretty good writing about human civilization and stuff, even though he's an ornithologist. I know I'm being like elitist, being like he's not in the right field, but he makes some mistakes that are kind of novice just because he isn't an anthropologist. But regardless, he makes some interesting arguments. Okay, correct, Fetty, birds. So he is a expert of birds, right? Anyway, so in this argument, guy, this book, he argues that he defines a collapse. So, what makes a civilization collapse? Historically, what leads to civilizations collapsing? And what is a collapse? Good job, guys. Most of you got it right, birds. A collapse to him is a drastic decrease in human population size and/or political, economic, or social complexity over a considerable area for an extended time. All right. So it's not doesn't necessarily have to be like a one-day thing where like, an ancient city collapses and it disappears or whatever. It can be an extended period thing where people kind of slowly um start leaving a civilization and over time it kind of the amount of people in an area die down and they disperse and the complexity of their civilization kind of starts lessening. Okay. All right. So, he studied. He determined that there were 5 main things historically that cause a civilization's downfall. Okay, civilizational collapse. And these are the 5 that he listed. Number 1 is environmental damage. Okay, so like historically, what the hell just happened? Can you even see my face? I don't know what happened. Oh, okay. My mistake. Okay, environmental damage. Right. So if you destroy your environment and there's nothing left for you to use in order to grow food, or anything like that, right? You're going to have an issue. So environmental damage is number 1. One of the number 1 reasons a civilization will fall. And I'm going to give you an example here of where this happened. Okay, called Easter Island. In theory, this is what happened here. Although there's been studies since then that might disprove this. Okay, so but there are been multiple civilizations in history that have fallen because they've done so much environmental damage, and then that they've been unable to sustain themselves. Okay, that kind of sounds bad, doesn't it? Given what's happening in our world today. So environmental damage. Another one is climate change. Sudden changes in climate, whether it be a drought, whether it be a change in temperature, whether it be anything like that, can cause civilizational collapse. All right. It can. It just can. And there's another part to this that we'll get to. Right. So environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbors. This is an obvious one, right? If you have if your civilization has hostile neighbors that you don't do enough to defend against, those hostile neighbors might end up destroying you. Okay, well that kind of goes without saying. That's a pretty easy one, right? If you get destroyed by another civilization or group of people that you can't defend against. Okay, so hostile neighbors is another reason civilizations fall. The other one is trading partner issues. If you rely on a certain people if you rely on certain people to get a certain kind of good from, and then you suddenly lose access to that trading partner, you're gonna have an issue, right? You're gonna have a big issue. So, yeah, if you're no longer trading with someone that you rely on for trade, uh-oh, things might not go well, right? Trading partner issues. So there you go. That's another one. The last one, and what I feel is the most important one, all right, is failure to adapt. This one goes on with the rest. This one basically is applied to the rest of them. In any of these cases, whether it's environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbors, or trading partner issues, all right, the need to, this is not a death knell automatically. What's a death knell automatically is if you do not adapt to those changes. Okay. So it's one thing if the climate changes, it's another thing if you don't adapt to that change. It's one thing if you do massive environmental damage. It's another thing if you don't adapt to the damage you've done in order to continue surviving, right? It's one thing to have trading partner issues. It's another thing if you don't adapt to that. Okay. So adaptation or adaptation is the most important one of all of these. Because any of the, I'm gonna even make it look how big I made it. Failure to adapt. If you do not adapt to the damage you've done or anything like that, or what we're doing right now, which is we're not adapting to the fact that we're destroying the planet or doing anything to stop it. Okay, you got a big issue, right? So we're seeing all of these, well, except for hostile neighbors, we're seeing a lot of these things happen today. We're seeing massive climate change. We're doing massive damage to our environments. We're having issues with our trading partners, are we not? And we are absolutely and 100% failing to adapt to those issues. Pizza That Giant. I saw a video of people supporting the war. They were dancing to their own death knells, the fools. Yeah, Pizza That Giant. Well, thank you for the super chat there, okay? So, let me give you some examples of this, okay? Just to show you how this works out in reality, okay? He specifically wrote about a few civilizations in the past that are super interesting. So one of them was Easter Island. Okay, yeah, there you go. Like Arbitra yeah, like some places, hostile neighbors are a threat. Okay, like in Eastern Europe, need to be concerned about Putin. All right, or if you are, I don't know, Greenland or Venezuela or Iran, you might need to be concerned about the hostile neighbor of the United States or Israel. Okay, right now the United States doesn't really have a hostile neighbor problem, but they have all the other problems. Okay, yeah, there, outer signal. You got it. Outer signal. You got to it before me. But yes, America is the hostile neighbor. To be clear, guys, America is the hostile neighbor right now. And okay, so there's that. So all right, societies like the Eastern Islanders and the Maya often caused their own downfall through deforestation, soil erosion, and through water mismanagement. So let me explain. Here we have now, guys. I will say this book is a little bit outdated. There has been studies since this that kind of show that this is a there's new science that shows this might not be the case anymore when it comes to Easter Island. But for the sake of his argument, I'm going to explain to you his argument about it. All right. So who here has ever seen these before? These are Moai statues. These are Moai statues. There's an island in the Pacific called Easter Island. It used to be populated probably by around 10,000 people, I think it was like 10,000, 50,000 people. I can't remember. It used to be populated by about 50,000 people. And they were broken up into these different tribal groups on the island, and these tribal groups would compete with each other. And part of the way they would compete was by building these Moai statues, where they would um, basically cut down palm trees and then use the palm trees to roll these giant Moai statues to set them up. And they would try to make the biggest, tallest Moai in a sort of a intergroup competition type thing. And they would build these beautiful Moai using this wood. And they even, part of this sort of intertribal competition would be that they even started putting hats on top of the Moai statues to make them even taller as sort of a way of cheating. So you see that the Moai statue to the far right here, the second one from the right, they put a hat. I'm sorry, Rapa Nui. Thank you, Rapa Nui. Rapa Nui, not Easter Island. Okay, Rapa Nui. I keep getting mixed up. Okay, so the Rapa Nui. Okay, yeah, yeah, they do, don't they? Okay. So isn't that funny though? Like it's kind of cute how they even started putting little hats on the statues to be like, ah, my statue is bigger. Look, there's a hat on it. You have to count that as making it taller. Okay. Um, and so they Rapa Nui. So they did this stuff. They would compete with these things, and over time, there's some evidence to suggest. Okay, yeah, I know, Gwen, right? That this was an island, right? There wasn't necessarily an infinite supply of resources, and over time, if you go to the island today, there's almost no palm trees. The theory here is that they deforested the island very quickly. Okay, they unfortunately deforested the island amidst these competitions because they refused. At some point, they probably realized, "Oops, we're getting rid of all the palm trees." But the people in power, the elites of each of these different tribes, were so into this competition and displaying their power that they kind of ignored that fact, and they kept doing these competitions to the point where they deforested the island. And if you don't really have a lot of forest, it causes all kinds of issues. First of all, it allows more erosion in the soil. It also, you have less wood in order to start fires, in order to cook food and shit. They also partially depleted the life on the shores. Okay, so like they kind of overfished and shit around the shores. Okay. Yeah, correct, Mithril. That's a good way of phrasing it. These statues were partially a way of avoiding intertribal warfare. You would compete by building statues instead of fighting with your neighbor. Okay. So, yeah. And so the theory here originally was that these folks destroyed their environment in this competition, and then they refused to adapt when they saw that this was destructive to their environment. Okay. Okay. It is kind of funny, right, Lavrance? And I don't mean to diminish these folks. Okay. It's kind of funny. Now then, when the Europeans arrived on Easter Island, the theory goes that once Europeans got to no, I'm sorry, to Rapa Nui, when the Europeans got to Rapa Nui, they found the remnants of these peoples. There were a few thousand left, but they had been massively decreased in size. And some of these folks were actually hiding out in caves because groups of these folks, correct, it also left less wildlife to feed on. Groups of these folks had started eating each other and hunting each other because there was no food. Without the trees, there wasn't as much wildlife. So some of them were hiding out in caves, trying to stay away from being cannibalized. And this is what the Europeans' accounts are. Okay, so this essentially destroyed their civilization. This intertribal competition over limited resources that then destroyed the civilization. Okay, however, this is what Jared Diamond talks about. You get the point of what he's trying to say here, okay? And there is some truth to that. There is definitely some truth to it. New studies do show that a lot of the death that happened, that this is going to be shocking to a lot of you. New research does show that the Europeans may have exaggerated a bit, and a lot of the death and destruction on the island may have been due to what? Europeans, okay? It may be that there were more people on the island when the Europeans got there, but then the diseases that the Europeans spread and such sort of finished off the people in Rapa Nui. And I'm not defending the Europeans here. It was almost certainly a combination of both things. Okay. They had already deforested the island. The Europeans got there, and that accelerated the process of destruction and death. Unfortunately, Jared Diamond doesn't talk about that as much. Okay. But that is the sort of a newer theory that's more based off some evidence shows that is probably it was a combination of both the Europeans and some issues, environmental issues. Okay, so I just want to throw that out there. Of course, the Europeans had to do were part of the reason for this, but that doesn't change the fact that there was an issue with environmental destruction and an inability to adapt. Okay, when it was realized that this destruction was happening. Okay, all right. So, and typically in these scenarios, it's the powerful that refuse to change things because the status quo benefits them. Okay. Yes, outer signal. There was a theory for a while that they would walk them to their positions, but in order to walk them to those positions, you would need to get them close enough. That we're not really sure. Okay, but all we know this is all debated. What we do know though is that they did use a lot of wood to do this, and they deforested the islands. But okay, yeah, there you go, Gwen. It was both. Okay, so all right, now, so there's an example, right? So boy, does this sound kind of familiar. You have a group of elites that are seeing the destruction of the environment, but don't want to adapt because HGMS, sometimes you can't really fully adapt. And in the case of Europeans, that's an example of an outside force, hostile neighbors, destroying you. Even there's not much you can do about it in that case. But a part of the reason they did fall apart was because of environmental destruction. Okay. So it was both. Uh, okay. So, hilarious, LaCroix. So there's an example. All right. All right. So, okay, how familiar does this sound? Let me repeat this. You have elites who know that they're destroying the environment, but don't do anything about it because they think that they'll be okay, and they end up destroying the environment to the point where the civilization can't really survive anymore. Interesting. Let's go on to this next one here. Let's talk about the Maya, the ancient Maya. Okay. Let's talk about the ancient Maya. All right. So the Mayan civilization, which was in Central America, primary, primarily in Central America, okay, is the Maya overexploited? They did a lot of things, and admittedly, the Maya still exist today, okay, but again, they massively they massively decreased in they became like hunter-gatherer groups, okay, after the decline of the Mayan city-states. Anyway, so the Mayans did a lot of damage to their environment, and this one you can almost certainly mainly blame on the elites amongst the Mayans. Okay, so the Mayans really overexploited their environment. They way over they deforested it largely because they used the wood for fuel and construction. They also massively which caused a lot of soil erosion, and they over farmed the environment, which also really destroyed a lot of the soil because the elites wanted a lot of surplus food to keep them wealthy, so they overexploited the soil. Another thing that happened for the Mayans was climate change. This was something they couldn't help, but there was a drought. Um, so the issues of them overexploiting the environment were massively exacerbated by prolonged intense droughts that weakened their societies and made it hard for them to sustain themselves. All right. Lastly, this is the most important point. Okay. None of that matters if your society is able to adapt. Okay. Let's say you stop the over farming and you stop the over deforestation and you slow down construction and things like that. But the Mayan elites had very tight control over the society. They're kind of like a European nobility. They were almost had like a divine right idea of rulership, and there was like no democracy or anything, right? So the Maya elite basically failed to solve these problems because they were so obsessed on building monuments to themselves to highlight their power, and they were constantly fighting with each other. So instead of fixing the problems, instead of fixing the problems that they were causing, they just would attack neighboring city states and steal their resources. All right. So they just kept fighting each other and expending tons of resources on these wars between different elites. As their civilization was falling apart because they couldn't maintain this, they kept forcibly over farming, even though they knew there was a problem. Okay, if you actually look at Mayan records, like there's some stone records where they wrote down things, it was obvious that there was a problem, but these elites just kept doing what they were doing. Okay, they didn't care because any attempt to have changed these things would have diminished the elites' power. So they literally just kind of led the civilization off a cliff to the point where they could no longer sustain these big cities, and people started diffusing out of the cities and forming hunter-gatherer groups. Okay, so there's another example. All right. He gives lots more examples. I just wanted to give two. Yes, Gwen. So the Europeans came to the New World a fair time after like this. In this case, yeah, the Europeans were a death knell, but they had essentially already the Mayan civilization had essentially collapsed prior to the Europeans' arrival. Okay. That's not to say that the Europeans didn't kill many more of them, but that's an example. Okay. This is one example where we can't really shockingly say it was only the Europeans, okay? Or it was mainly Europeans, all right? So, okay. There you go, Albaitra Classa. And he gives lots more examples in this book. I just wanted to give you two. So I wanted to highlight this one point here. A key factor in failure is a society's reluctance to change core values or adapt to environmental realities, sometimes leading to collective social unaliving of oneself. Okay. And oh my God, are we not doing that right now? It worries me, guys, because okay, I've said before how we are failing to adapt to the reality of our new reality of our world. A lot of countries are, a lot of civilizations are, okay? And as I've said before, your superstructure, so your worldview has to adapt to the infrastructure and the social structure, or you're going to fall apart, right? And we have a superstructure, we have a system of cultural beliefs that is not lining up with the reality and is not adapting to change reality on the ground. I mean, this is like by the way, he wrote this, I think, in the 2000s. This was written a long time ago. This was before a lot of this stuff, but oh my God, we are heading right towards this shit. Okay. So just wanted to share that with you. And he gave a lot more examples. I'm just giving a few. All right. I'm just giving a few. We are racing straight towards civilizational collapse as every other civilization in history has. All right. I mean, it's not new. If there's one thing you can say, this is kind of a predictable thing because civilizations always end up falling or failing at some point. Okay. All right. Any, okay. The great sin of environmental damage and believing in core eternal values. What do you mean? What do you mean, Franz? Forgive me. Uh, I know, right, Jonas? So isn't that great? All right. So that's fun. Yeah, everything must end, right, Sir Bartholomew? Okay. So, yeah, guys, AI, maybe, right? And guys, Paul Squat, and guys, okay, I'm sorry, you're saying a bunch of things. Remember, as I said that, in most of these cases, it's well known that the elites are the ones who kind of ignore what's happening because the elites are more obsessed with power than they are with survival of their civilization. They just are. The elites will keep doing what they're doing until the very end. Now, I will say there have been times, guys, in history where the elites have adapted, and he gives examples of it. In Tokugawa-ite Japan, I'm not going to go into this. Japan had an issue with deforestation, and it almost ended Japanese society. But Tokugawa, which was a shogunate in Japan, actually started a massive program to reforest Japan and to prevent overlogging. Even though wood was being used by the Japanese aristocracy to build castles and shit, Tokugawa was like, no. We're changing this cultural practice in an effort to save the Japanese trees. And it worked. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to make changes, but there has to be the elites have to do something though. Okay. There's other examples. There's been other examples in history where civilizations have adapted. But in these cases, they didn't adapt. And right now, we're really, really not adapting. Okay. All right. Face cream. Okay. So, hey, um, so just a little note there. France's elites adapted, but without their heads. Gwen, okay. You can also, Gwen, you're right. Okay. You can also see this occurring in other instances of like social upheaval where the elites refuse to adapt and they end up being destroyed because sometimes the people will not let the elites destroy them. That's a way to fix the problem, by the way, guys. If the elites aren't adapting, maybe we need to make the elites adapt, if you know what I mean, okay? Or change the scenario so they're not the elites anymore. Okay? All right. Okay. So, The atheist. What are Levrons? What are the atheist scriptures? That's not a thing. Is that a thing? I've never heard of the atheist scriptures before. All right. So okay, isn't that fun, guys? Isn't that fun? Isn't that great? Yeah, exactly, Jonas. I'm worried about that, guys. If we don't adapt to AI, that could be destruction. Yeah, RL, exactly. The Russian Empire after the Russian Civil War, which we were a part of. I can, guys, give you an example too. Does anyone know who Otto von Bismarck was? Okay, let me show you an image here of Otto von Bismarck. Retro, do you know Otto von Bismarck? I know you're a history person. Let me show you here an image. So this is Otto von Bismarck. Yeah, that's for sure a biker close-up. Yep, exactly, Lacroix. Exactly. And you don't even. This is exactly what I'm saying here. Let me show you here Otto von Bismarck. So, okay, for those of you who probably know who Otto von Bismarck is, Otto von Bismarck was a German chancellor during the period of German unification. So he was kind of this big figure in uniting Germany. Germany was a bunch of different city-states, okay, or not city-states, a bunch of different kingdoms, principalities, and stuff. Yeah, he had some drip. And exactly, Paul Squall, you know exactly what I'm about to say. Okay, and he was not a good guy. I do not agree with him. Okay, but he was brilliant. Like as a politician, he was brilliant, and he was an ultra conservative. Now, you would be shocked to learn that he was the guy in Germany who implemented universal health care in Germany. He was an ultra conservative, and he is the one who implemented universal health care. He implemented other social programs too that are now very popular in Germany. Why? Why did he do this? Because he was adaptive and he saw the writing on the wall. And he noticed that it was becoming very obvious that the elites were withholding way too much from the people, and if they didn't give the people something, there would be a revolution. Okay, so he decided, as a matter of tactics and adaptation, that you know what, let's give them universal health care. And he had got a lot of pushback from the elites, but he pushed it through anyway. So and I don't like him, but this is an example of where, like, even if you're a smart enough politician, it's just stupid to not give the people what they want, because if you don't give them anything you want, eventually there's going to be a revolution. So it's funny that we have elites today that don't understand that. And they barely even toss us a bone, right? But even Bismarck was like, you know what, we need to maybe give them a big bone in this case, all right? Okay, so exactly. He did it to keep the elites in power, but you can see that maintained the system. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so that would be an example of that, all right? Even a conservative can see the writing on the wall if they're smart enough and maybe do that. He was a monster, by the way. He started multiple wars. He was brilliant, though, unfortunately. He's like one of the big reasons he basically almost single-handedly united Germany. Yeah, it helps keep the masses docile and stuff. So, all right. You're right, Gwen. And by the way, guys, this caused a lot of confusion for people because Bismarck inspired people, and it made a lot of people in Germany associate conservatism with social progress. And what was Hitler? You see what I mean? A lot of Germans viewed Hitler as the second coming of Bismarck, a conservative who wanted social progress. You see how that's a problem? Now, by the way, Bismarck also massively cracked down on the socialist and the communist. He was a monster. He also hated Catholics. He was brutal towards Catholics in Germany. But so he was a monster. But for a lot of Germans, and which is a shame, because that also shows that if you let the right wing do these things, it also makes them appear like the good guys. Okay. All right. Okay. Right. So the helmet is purely decorative. Yes, Meowsert, absolutely. It's supposed to make you look taller and bigger. That's why there's a spike on the end. Okay. Like you're supposed to look bigger and taller. If you want to see another interesting helmet or top that, let me show you the British Grenadiers. This is just a side note. British Grenadiers. All right. The British Grenadiers. So if you look here at the British Grenadiers, where'd I put this? You see these guys' hats. I think I've shown you guys this before. A lot of times at this during that time period, et cetera, and a little after, soldiers would have like these guys right here. These are British Grenadiers. You see how big that hat is? It's kind of cute. These cute little big hats they had. In order to be a British Grenadier, you had to be at least 6 feet tall, which is pretty tall for the time. Okay, so they would make these guys. You would have to be 6 feet. You'd also have to have 2 front teeth because so then you can tear open your powder to put in your muskets. But anyway, they would then give them these hats to make them look even taller so that they could be more intimidating. So these big hats are supposed to make you look like a bigger man, make you more intimidating to the enemy. Now, personally, I don't know if I would buy that. I feel like that'd make you a bigger target. Okay, like I don't know about you. I wouldn't want to be 6 feet standing against a line of muskets shooting at me. That's just my thought. Um, okay, well, Gwen, so actually the reason they wore red was not because of the blood. It was actually because it made it easier to see when with all the smoke on the battlefield. Bright red sounds stupid for us today, but the weapons at the time weren't very accurate. So in order to prevent shooting into people, your own forces, a lot of armies wore very bright colors so that you could see who you're shooting at, right? Um, yeah. So that was mainly to prevent friendly fire there. Okay. Yeah, hey, then you get the bigger men wearing that in kilts, correct. Um, LaCroix. So there you go. Fun fact there. Also, you also are required to have your pinky. Well, I don't know if this was a rule, but one of the big problems with muskets, guys, is that when you're firing this sounds so sexual, I'm sorry. When you're shoving the ramming rod into the barrel, you might accidentally to push down the bullet on top of the powder, you might accidentally light a spark and the gun might go off and you might lose your pinky or you might lose a finger if you're pushing it down. So they would oftentimes use their pinkies to push down the ramrod so that if they lost a finger, it would be their pinky, which isn't as important. But if you lose enough fingers, you can no longer fire your musket properly. So they would have to check. I forget how many fingers you were supposed to have. You had to make sure that you had enough fingers in order to fight effectively. So they would always check that you had your 2 front teeth and that you had enough fingers to put down the ramrod, okay? Because you might lose your fingers otherwise, all right? Really unpleasant time to be in the military. Yeah, it's really kind of always unpleasant to be in the military. On a side note, I'm sorry, I know I'm on a bit of a tangent here. I'm trying to distract from the news so that I don't have to go back to talking about it right away. Let's see here. Bayonets. 3-sided bayonets. I know a lot of weird stuff about military. 3-sided bayonets. Okay, images. So this is a old-fashioned bayonet, all right, which are what like the British military used, the American military. A lot of militaries at the time used, and it's kind of I'm trying to find a good image so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, well you can do this one. This one will work. So yeah, the uniforms look good. They I will say, very hot though because they were made of wool. They had a big issue with like heat stroke and stuff. Like you imagine marching in these thick wool outfits during the summer. They would do that, and they would oftentimes have heat stroke. So here we have a bayonet. Now, I want to show you all. So basically, in these battles, okay, those guns were not very accurate, right? One of the reasons you would stand in these long lines and fire at the enemy is with the hope that some of the bullets would hit the other side. It's like creating a giant shotgun where you all aim in the same direction and fire with the hope that a few bullets will hit the other side. Okay. Then, after you shot back and forth a bit, you would have these blades at the end of your muskets that you would put on, and then you would charge at the enemy and stab them. Okay, so that's cute. Yeah, they do, Sir Bartholomew, with those heavy rucksacks and stuff. Okay. At the time, okay, yeah, and by the way, let me show you real fast, folks. Whenever you see in a movie, give me 1 second. So I hope you all can hear me, but when you see in a movie, like a lot of movies, they show Oopsie, can you guys hear me now? Did I shut off my mic? I shut off my mic. God, I'm such a klutz. Okay, let me say this again. Okay, I'll say this one more time. So, in movies, you will often see movies depicting bayonet charges where soldiers march into battle with bayonets. They'll be holding their weapons like this and marching into battle, holding them like this and stabbing. They would not do that. That's a very ineffective way to hold your bayonet. It's a very ineffective way to hold your bayonet. Not only that, if you're holding it like this, that opens up your whole body to being shot or stabbed. How they would actually hold their bayonets is they would put them on their arms like this and walk sideways like this towards the enemy, because that leaves only your side exposed to gunfire and you're less likely to be stabbed, and it gives you the opportunity to stab people in the throat. So there you go. A little side note. If you ever see a movie where they're holding their guns that way with a bayonet, they're wrong. Anyway, moving on here. So these bayonets, just a side note, these bayonets, guys, these bayonets. Okay, you're a nerd, woke gay Marxist. You're a nerd, Cody. You're all nerd. Okay. Moving on. So these bayonets they used to have had 3 sides to them. Okay, it's kind of hard to see on here, but they're 3-sided. It's not like a straight blade. It's like a triangle. Do you see what I mean? There's a side here, there's a side on the other side, and then there's a third side. To have a triangular wound, a wound that's shaped like this, like a triangle, is very hard to heal. There is something about a triangular wound that makes it really hard for your body to heal that wound. Not only that, these bayonets were on the end of muskets. So when they would fire their muskets, arsenic and a bunch of other toxic materials would be all over that bayonet. So if you were stabbed by a 3-sided bayonet, which is already hard to heal, with a bunch of toxic metals and stuff on it, that is a gross and painful wound that will likely not heal and will probably kill you in a lot of pain later. So it is now illegal under international law to use 3-sided bayonets. Yes, it is exactly. Be very hard to stitch. So according to international law, triangular bayonets are illegal. You're no longer able to use triangular bayonets according to the Geneva Convention, and I have not heard of a single case or military that does still use these. Not even like the worst militaries in history use triangular bayonets because it's considered so like, ew. Why would you do that? And so, well, also because other bayonets are more effective at this point, probably. But so just a side note there, just a side note. Okay. Just a side note. Yeah, okay. So anyway, just a side note there. All right. Yeah, shit on your bayonet before use. Hey, Sir Bartholomew, speaking of American imperialism, which is what we're going, I know, speaking of American imperialism, which is what is going on right now in the world, okay, okay, so Sir Bartholomew said, easy way around this, just shit on your bayonet before use. Exactly, Meowzord, you know it. The Viet Cong in Vietnam used to create these pits that they would cover with leaves and sticks to hide that there was a pit there. And then in that pit, they would put wooden stakes that they'd smear feces on. So as American soldiers were walking through the forest, they would step into these pits where there were sharpened sticks with poop on them, which would then penetrate them and cause horrific infections from the feces, okay? Which oftentimes would not kill the soldier because there were antibiotics, but it would definitely take them off the front lines for a while in sort of a very dark but clever form of warfare where you just use basic biological warfare. Yeah, and speaking of American Empire, right? You don't need like these very powerful weapons to win a modern war. You just need some innovation. I'm looking at you, Iran. I'm looking at you. Just because America has a powerful military and lots of interesting equipment doesn't mean that it's going to win a war, ever. Okay, anyway, so there you guys go. All right. Okay, enough of that. There's the 2 presentations for the day. There's the yeah, those punji traps too. Oh yeah, they're called punji traps. Did I say they're punji traps? I forgot. They're called punji traps. Anyway, So moving on, that is there's some random shit for you. Okay, what's happening in the news, folks? Did I miss anything? What's happening in the news? What's happening in the news? Right. Okay. Yeah, correct, Fetty. It would also be good for piercing at the time. A few good men and some ingenuity is all you need to win a war. Correct, Sir Bartholomew. Right, correct. Hey, they did take out that radar worth billions of. Yeah, I know, Dolly Boy. Dear God, so stupid. Okay, all right, all right. And that's, by the way, one of the biggest issues with the American military, guys. We're not built for urban or desert warfare. No, RL, we are not. Okay, we're not built for a lot of warfare. We're built for conventional warfare. But that's not the kind of war that's fought anymore these days. We have an outdated military, okay? Very much outdated. Um, I'm sorry, Sierra. I'm gonna need a punji trap. Welcome back, Invalid Axiom. You know, I'll maybe poop on a stick and show you later. Okay, God, I'm so disgusting. Hello, Invalid Axiom. Jonas. God, I just called Jonas Trump. Jonas says, by the way, was Tucker just up to his typical tricks, or is there any truth to what he said? What did he say? What did he say? Okay, so let's talk a bit more about the news. Shh, retro. Shh, I made a mistake. Okay, it was a stupid comment to make. I apologize. Okay, all right. Okay. So let's see here. Let me show you guys something. I have a few things to show you here in regards to the news. Okay. All right. Don't question me, folks. Don't you dare question me. Sometimes I say stupid things. You know, I can be gross. All right. Here we have a problem. Oh, is that so, Jonas? I don't know. I haven't heard about that. I would have to take a look at that to see if that's true. If that is true, that Mossad agents have been arrested planning various attacks in Gulf states, I don't know. I'd have to look. So here we have Marjorie Taylor Greene, guys. Here is, and I'm only showing you this not because I support Marjorie Taylor Greene, but to show you how moronic the Democrats are. Because they have opened the door to the right wing, just like frickin' Bismarck did in Germany, like I just mentioned. She is really outflanking the Democrats. A lot of Republicans are. So this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene says. Just like that, we are no longer a nation divided by left and right. We are now a nation divided by those who want to fight wars for Israel and those who want peace and to be able to afford their bills and health insurance. Yeah, that's actually true, Paul Score, right? Okay, so, all right. I mean, come on. I agree with her, and that's a problem. That's a problem that I'm agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? That's a problem that she's stating a fact. Okay, that's problematic because she's a lunatic. And meanwhile, the Democrats are like, well, Trump hasn't explained to us why he's doing it yet, and that's the best that they can do. Yeah, she's done a 180. I don't trust it at all. It's all for political gain. But like, okay, yeah, no, Jonas, Aramco was attacked. Yeah, okay, one of the biggest oil refineries in Saudi Arabia. So that's great. That's great. Being outflanked by Pastor Ben. This is funny. Pastor Ben, who's a left-wing commentator, commented on her post and said, "Imagine there being an evil so great that I have to agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene." Yeah, I feel him there. I feel him there. And this is why the Democrats are morons, okay? Well, even if this increases awareness of the class war, it's a disgusting way to do it. Right, Mayflower kid? I mean, because she doesn't care about the class war. Okay, it's dark. So here's another one. Another thing I wanted to show you.
Continuously led our country.
This is Jonathan, Conricus? I can't pronounce his name. The guy in the lower right-hand corner. All right, Jonathan Conricus. He's a monster. One of the biggest spokespeople for Israel. Okay, he's never saw an Israeli war. He didn't want to, jump right into. He's a monstrous human being. He's like Goebbels, essentially. He's more intelligent. I put it this way. He's kind of like a Goebbels type figure. Okay, yeah, this lady too is crazy. This lady is like a weird lover of the Shah and like is obsessed with the Shah and loves American and Israeli bombs dropping on Israel. Anyway, she's a horrible person too. And notice this in the background of her screen. There's an American flag and an Israeli flag, and she claims to be supporting the Iranian people. Hilarious, hilarious. Anyway, so okay, yeah, exactly. She licks the Shah's boots left and right. Okay, and anyway, but what we're going to be focusing on this video is the guy in the lower left-hand corner, Jonathan Conricus, or whatever the hell his name is, who's a shill for Israel, and Glenn Greenwald in the upper right-hand corner. Now, guys, there are issues with Glenn Greenwald. He has really kind of lost his mind. He was one of the big guys who helped Snowden release information. Okay, he used to be a hero of mine. Glenn Greenwald did. He's kind of gone off the deep end in some ways, but in this segment, he does a great job going after Jonathan Conricus and making Jonathan Conricus admit something that I've never heard anyone admit before. So let's see what he makes Jonathan Conricus admit in regards to Israel and where their sort of main military base is located. Okay, so let's listen to what Glenn Greenwald says and what he convinces this Israeli spokesperson to say.
It is astounding to me.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Need to put my earbuds back, my ear things back on here. All right. Let me make sure everything else is good. I think I got too much of this shit up. All right. Let's watch.
That somebody like Mike Pence or so many other people who...
Yeah, RL. He is sort of a Putin shill. That's why I don't trust Glenn Greenwald. He just happened to have a good moment here.
Lied to the public continuously, led our country into disastrous wars, one after the next, are now just speaking as though none of it ever happened. It would be like as if a journalist, I published 8 or 9 different fraudulent stories with fake quotes and fake sources. And then the next day I woke up and said, oh, I know I did those things in the past, but I think I should still have credibility for you to listen to my reporting today, even though I did all of that. The other point I want to make is, I want to ask Jonathan, because I mean, honestly, it is very, very difficult, I have to confess, not just for me, but for the world, as the polls show, to listen to an Israeli official in an Israeli accent give lectures on the need to have compassion for civilians after everything we just watched Israel do, vaporizing tens of thousands of people in Gaza, all throughout the Middle East, attacking countries. But since he is here, I do want to ask him, Jonathan, there's a lot of reports in mainstream Western press about...
Yeah, Mayflower Kid. Piers Morgan is not a good guy. His show he's a right-wing kind of guy. He's a conservative, but he often hosts these debates that have some good moments in them. So this is not and in his defense too, he hosts a lot of left-wing people that no one else hosts. So I don't like Piers Morgan, but occasionally when he does host these conversations, there's some good content.
How the IDF has built its primary military and intelligence structures, not just within key residential areas in Tel Aviv, but also underneath. Is it true that the IDF has built key military and intelligence targets within residential areas of Tel Aviv and beneath residential targets in Tel Aviv, the way that the Western media has continuously reported? Is that actually true?
So remember, guys, what's the argument that Israel always makes, saying that, you know, they're using children as human shields and shit, and Hamas builds their tunnels underneath schools or all this other crap. You know, they're under the hospital. We bombed the hospital because Hamas is under the hospital. Okay, remember all that shit?
Yeah, I can give a relatively short and plain answer to it. Surprising question. I've read some of your reporting and you seem like an informed guy. Yes, the IDF headquarters, referred to as the Kiryat, is indeed located in Tel Aviv. It is surrounded by civilian buildings, and inside the headquarters, not underneath civilians, but underneath the headquarters itself, is a bunker, which is not a revolutionary concept of militaries. And that bunker is a few stories below ground. Its name is indeed the Zion Citadel, and that is where some of the Israeli officers, generals conduct military operations from. I suppose some of the strikes, if not all of the strikes that are ongoing in Iran today, are managed from there.
So yeah, he just openly admits, oh yeah, it's surrounded by civilian buildings. And by the way, bunkers underneath buildings like that are massive. It's not like it probably does go underneath the civilian buildings, but he just openly admits it. Yeah, our military headquarters is in the middle of a residential zone in Tel Aviv. Okay. So I just thought that was funny. It was just a little thing. It was just a little thing. I just thought that was funny. Like they openly admit it, but then they have no problem. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's fun. That's very fun, isn't it? Don't we love that? Israel is so great. Okay. Some other things here. Okay, I think those are the only two I wanted to show you from that. But dear God, folks, just I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind with these people, with the Israeli government, etc. Okay, so yeah, no wonder they say Hamas does the same. Absolutely, right? No wonder they say that indeed. Dear God. All right. Give me a second here. Okay, so let's see what else we got to do. Let's see what else we got to do today. So I have some other things I wanted to sort of talk about / show you. Boop-a-doo. Where did I put this crap? Where did I put this crap? Oh my goodness. Goodness me. Is this even the right? Oh no, of course not. It's not the right. There we go. Reactions. There he goes. Reactions. So okay. Don't worry, we're not watching PragerU. Eventually we will, but not today. Okay. Going back to this is sort of no, we're not gonna do this one. Let's do this one instead. This is a you know what? Let's do this one. Okay.
Today,
So earlier, Malzord, we were talking. Yes, of course. Every accusation is a confession when it comes to Israel. Every single time it is. Okay, every single time it is. So, wait, no PragerU. I thought this was an educational stream. Don't worry, we'll do a PragerU watch later, eventually. Not today, but eventually we will, because you know I love reacting to PragerU. It's a hobby horse of mine. Okay, so this is this is recommended to me, I believe, by Malzord, but other people have recommended to me this guy before, and he is he's a Chinese Canadian, I think, and he works at the University of Beijing, and he claims to be a predictive historian. And I've read about him, and I don't know if I'd call him a historian. I don't know. I don't know what he is. He claims like he's good at predicting shit about history and stuff like that, and he's very popular on YouTube. So, okay, you can guys tell I have a bias here. I am not a big fan of him. All right? I am not a big fan of his. But people love him, okay? And he claims to have predicted that Trump would be elected and go to war with Iran. Well, that's a pretty easy guess. A lot of us were predicting Trump would be elected, and what does going to war with Iran mean? Well, that could mean anything. We bomb Iran in almost every presidential administration. So if that's going to war with Iran, well then, okay, then yeah, it's going to happen. Regardless, he just posted this. It's 9 minutes long. This is Israel wants to unite itself by breaking the world. And yeah, and so I wanted to watch it. I have not seen this. I've watched some of his stuff, and I'm not a fan. He kind of reminds me of like a snake oil salesman, kind of like he uses big words and stuff that make it sound like what he's saying is impressive, but it's not really. Regardless, I know I'm being mean. So let's see what he says here. Israel wants to unite itself by breaking the world. I don't know what that means. I suspect that's not true, but let's watch, okay?
we are going to discuss some extremely controversial topics. And because this is going to go on YouTube, there are certain words I cannot say. So just to warn you, I will write down these words, but I will not say them, because if I do say them...
And by the way, real fast, I was also annoyed because who here watches The Majority Report? I love The Majority Report with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland. You all know what I'm talking about. They had him on recently because of his predictions and stuff, and I don't know. It left a sour taste in my mouth. Anyway, regardless, just be cautious, all right, with him. I don't fully buy it.
Then I will get censored on YouTube. Today, we're going to look at how evil triumphs. Why is the world so evil? And there's going to be a lot of extremely disturbing topics we're going to discuss.
Okay, yeah.
But you're mature, and it's important that we discuss these topics in order to understand how the world works. So let's just start.
Yeah, LaCroix.
And we will do a lot of speculation and theorizing in this class. So do not take this as gospel. Do not believe this is the truth. The entire point of this class is to help you develop the theories and the ideas to better understand the world. These are tools. This is not truth. These are tools. All right. So the first question I have for you is...
Okay, but see, why would... Okay, yeah, I get it. He's saying that there's not truth at all. They're just tools. But then he goes on to state something like it's a reality. Okay, well, all right.
What is
Yeah,
happening
no, I get it,
in
Jonas.
Israel?
And guys, not everything he says is wrong. I just want to put that out there. I'm just saying, and I know a lot of you, the reason we're watching this, I know a lot of you folks like him, and there's nothing wrong with liking him. I'm just saying, just be cautious with some of the things he says.
Right now, as you know, Israel is besieging, bombarding Gaza.
Okay.
You might have seen the videos on social media. It is disturbing. It is terrible what is happening. The word that is happening, the word that we use for what is happening in Gaza is this word. You are not allowed to say this word on YouTube.
Okay, you
but
all see the
that is
word. I say that word all the time. Oops.
intention. What I will argue, though, is that the truth is far more disturbing than this. What is
What's more disturbing than that?
really happening in Gaza is a ritual
No.
sacrifice.
Oh my God. Don't do that.
And this happens quite often in human history. If
What?
you go back and you look at the real...
Okay, I didn't know he'd be talking about this, guys. Okay. You know what? Well, we'll see. Let me see what else he has to say. I'm already kind of uncomfortable. Okay, I'll keep going on what he was going to say. Do people know why I'm a bit uncomfortable? You know what? We'll keep saying see what he has to say.
history of humanity, this happens
Yeah.
quite often. Some of the most famous examples are the Aztecs. We've dug up temples of the Aztecs, and inside the temples are thousands and thousands of human skulls. So before they went to war, they practiced human sacrifice. They would commit mass murder of their enemies in public. So
Yeah.
the Aztecs were really famous for this. The Phoenicians, specifically the Carthaginians.
Yeah, Uppsala too.
We will
Glenn.
discuss them later.
There were, guys,
this
a lot of-
semester, but the Phoenicians
A
were also
lot of people practiced human sacrifice historically. A lot of people. Okay, so the Vikings did some level of human sacrifice. The Mayans, the Aztecs, the Phoenicians. Some would say that Jesus was a human sacrifice. Okay, and that a lot of Christians believe in it as a sort of form of human sacrifice for people. I know that sounds dark, but Sir Bartholomew. Okay, guys. So for those that are commenting already, I'm not sure I like where this is going. Why? Why? Because I have a reason for saying that, right? There is, I don't even like using the word because it's been so distorted. There is sort of an anti-Semitic belief in like the idea that Jewish folks sacrifice people for like a blood offering and crap like that. So that's why my initial response to this was like, but okay. I know I'm being overly sensitive. Let's see what he has to say. You're okay with it? Okay, so let's see what he has to say. I'm not buying it so far, but let's see what he has to say.
famous for
Exactly, I am not unreal. That's why we're watching this.
a particular type of sacrifice, which is child sacrifice.
Child sacrifice. What? Yeah, LaCroix, and especially saying child sacrifice makes it very close to blood libel. Admittedly, Israel is killing a lot of children. Okay, but let's see where guys. By the way, I didn't know he was going to be talking about this. I was just watching this to see what we might think about him, knowing that a lot of folks like him.
Romans wrote histories insulting the Phoenicians for practicing this sort of sacrifice. But the Romans themselves practice human sacrifice. What they would do is that after every major war, they would capture all the major leaders, all their enemies, and they would parade their enemies through the streets of
I am
Rome.
not unreal. I didn't know that. So he was on Sneako's stream. Well, there you go. So let's finish watching him because he's very popular, and it drives me crazy.
This is something
But see, the other problem is like I Am Not Real. He was also on Majority Report, right?
called the triumph. At the end of the triumph, they would gather enemies at the temple of Jupiter. Jupiter is their god. And then they would strangle to death their enemies. That's sacrifice. That's human sacrifice. They didn't call it that, okay? And they sort of disguised it, but we know for a fact that they did do this. So the question for us is, why is it that this happens? Why do the Aztecs do it? Why do the Phoenicians do it? Why do the Romans do it? And why is it today the Israelis do it in Gaza?
Wait. How do we know it's a sacrifice, though? What does it have to do with? What does the slaughter of children and stuff in Gaza from indiscriminate bombing have to do with sacrifice? Is he going to explain that? I hope.
Remember, okay? What the Israelis are doing is quite horrific because it is really this sort of sacrifice. Why? Because 47%, almost half of the population of Gaza is under 18 years old.
Yeah.
So the majority of people who are getting killed are in fact children. What is most striking or blatant about what's happening in Gaza is
exactly, Jonas. This is what worries me about what he's saying is like there's a lot easier explanation for this. Question was what the Nazis did during the Holocaust, was that a human sacrifice? Or was it just mass murder? Was it just genocidal violence? Like, this is weird to me. And guys, and yeah, I did not expect him to be saying this. Like, I don't see, this is my worry, guys, is that there is historically this anti-Semitic belief in blood libel that Jewish people sacrifice Christian children to Baal, which is this demonic entity or whatever. And he's kind of doing that. He's talking about like, what evidence does he have that it's a sacrifice? And this is concerning me a lot because like I said, this guy was on the Majority Report and I've seen like some other people that are on the left talk about him. I didn't expect this, by the way. I am curious to see what else he says because this is fascinating in a horrific way. Okay, so let's watch. Okay.
We can all see it for ourselves. And it's almost as though the Israelis want us to see it and want us to hate them.
Wait a minute, though. Exactly, Jonas. How do they want us to see it and hate them? Because they do everything they can to hide that they're killing children, do they not? They kicked out all the journalists from Gaza, and they always say it's lies. They don't want people to know. Are you kidding me? Am I wrong? What do you guys think? I don't get the impression they want people to see that they're murdering children.
Right? You can see all over the world, popular opinion is turning against Israel. You have these popular protests all around the world protesting what is happening in Palestine.
Yeah, elevator lady.
If they really want to do this, right, there are actually much more effective ways of doing this. For example, you could just poison their water.
Okay, that's a weird way of saying that. Okay. Let me real fast here. Guys, see, this is what worries me. This guy has over 1 million views. This video is from 6 months ago, and it has 1.3 million views. This guy is very popular. He has over 600,000 subscribers. Okay. So, okay.
Or you could poison the ear so that everyone in Gaza gets a fast cancer, right? We have the technology to do this. So Israel could do it this secretly and no one would talk about it. And in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, the population of Gaza would all be gone. It would be a very secret, right? Instead, they choose to do this in front of the world. And my argument to you is that this is
100%
intentional. They want the world to hate them Because by doing this,
No. Okay, guys. So if you poison and kill everyone in Gaza outright, people will know, right? The way to not make it so explicit is to use bombing and then claim that you're defending yourself and that you're going after terrorists, right? The reason they don't use poisoning is not because they don't want to hide it, it's because that wouldn't hide it, or that would make it, they'll give less plausible deniability, right? Like like I said, if you mass poisoned all of Gaza, that would be pretty damn obvious. So this is, yeah. So I don't know this is weird to me. I didn't know it would be this bad, but I'm uncomfortable. Let's see what else he says.
they create the ultimate taboo, right? We find this disgusting and contemptuous, so the entire world will unite against Israel.
They don't want the world to unite against them. What do you mean? He's saying that they want the world to unite against them. Does that who? Do they want the United States to be against them? Right? Like they don't like. All right, they clearly not. They don't want the United States to be against them. They don't want the UK to be against them. They don't want. There's tons of countries they don't want to be against them. I don't understand. What does he mean? They want the whole world to unite against them?
But guess what?
Yeah, I mean, if
that's what their religion wants. In the extreme form of Jewish eschatology or the religion.
Okay. So he's saying that in the extreme form of Jewish religion. So he's trying to link it back to the Jewish religion. Okay. We'll see where this is going. But again, guys, to be as a note here, Zionism was originally a secular. Yeah, you know it, Sir Bartholomew. It was a secular ideology. Not all Jews think the same. Any religion can justify violence. This does not. You guys get it. You know, we don't support anti-Semitism in this community. All right. We don't support assumptions about what people are doing. Okay. Moving on. Let's see what other nonsense he has.
They believe that at the end of the world, Israel will fight the entire world and God will help Israel triumph in the end. So what's really happening in Gaza is that there are extremists within the Israel government who want to accelerate the process of the end of the world, where Israel will face the world. And if you think,
does Israel want to go against the United States? This does not make sense. This is dumb. Israel does not have the power to face the world. That would be a suicidal move on Israel's part. They are not suicidal. This is dumb. The only reason they do what they do is because we support them and we back them and we protect them. Okay? Yeah, the Gurion didn't give an F about religion. He just wanted a powerful, so this is not about religion. It's about colonialism and control and power. Now, religion is often used to justify it, right? But it is about colonialism and crap like that. It is about, okay. It's a radical ideology. This is not. All right, you know what? Let's keep going. Let's go.
Think about it. The entire idea of this ritual sacrifice is to unite the Israeli population.
What? Guy, it's a ritual sacrifice? Okay. So he's saying that okay, just to clarify, he's saying that this is insane. That the whole thing they're doing in Gaza is a giant ritualistic sacrifice to turn the world against Israel so that the Israelis unite against the world so that they would lose? So that they would lose the war? Because they would. If the world united against them, they would lose. And they're already united. For the most part, 87% of Israelis support ethnic cleansing. They don't need the world to be against them to get the support for this. Okay. I am very confused. Yeah, okay.
And what's extremely disturbing and horrifying about it is that this works. Why?
Yeah, Kalima! Exactly, Sir Bartholomew, for the Indiana Jones reference. I love that. It kind of dates you a little bit, Sir Bartholomew. Right?
Well, let's use an analogy, okay? The analogy is this. In Chinese history, the most popular military stratagem is to fight with a river.
Okay, guys, this bothers me. So this is a smaller thing based off what he said, but something I've seen him do in other videos is he really cherry picks things from different cultures and stuff, and then kind of jumbles them together. So Sun Tzu in The Art of War said that the best way to get your army to fight the strong, like to make your military fight the best, you need to put their back, make sure their back is to a river or a mountain, because if they think that there's nowhere to run, they will fight really hard to survive. Okay, but but what does Chinese philosophy have to do with Israeli thinking? Like, you see what I mean? It's like a patchwork where he cherry picks different things. And by the way, Israel's back is not to the river. They have the United States behind them. They have one of the most powerful empires on the planet right now behind them. Their back is not to a river.
Behind your back. You guys have heard of this strategy, right? Where, okay, an army is losing, okay? It's being scattered by the enemy. So what the general does is forces the army to retreat to a river. And now with a river blocking your escape, you have a choice. You can either drown in the river or you can fight to the death. And most soldiers will choose to fight to the death. And so at this point, the soldiers are unified, they're galvanized, they're energized, and then they find a surge of energy to go and destroy their enemy. Okay, this is the most popular military stratagem in ancient Chinese history, and guess what?
Again, but what does it have to do with Israel? Okay.
It's the same as Israel doing this right now in Gaza.
What?
It's the same logic. Yes, you have a question?
So what is the river for the Israel?
Thank you. Okay, good student. That student asked a good question. Well, wait a minute. What's the river for Israel? Because they have the American Empire at their back.
Like
Yeah, that's a good question. What's the river right here, right? The river is a taboo, right? What's the worst thing you can do in modern society?
Wait a minute. Well, that makes no sense. How is the taboo of child sacrifice the river? What? Okay. This is weird.
Killing children, guys.
How? But okay, that was uncomfortable laughter. Honestly, though, what does that taboo have to do with being a river? That's not like what? That student, by the way, needs an A in the class. I don't know.
Right? So there's no exit for Israel. You either go all the way or the world comes and destroys you anyway. And in fact, what's really interesting is that if you go online, you will see Israelis go around the world and causing trouble everywhere. They're going to start fights. They shout death to the Arabs on public buses in the Western world. It's intentional. They want to unite themselves by dividing the world, by angering the world.
No.
Okay?
Okay. How do I explain this to you guys? I think you know this. There is a lot of Arab hatred all over the world, right? A lot of people are Islamophobic or don't like Arabs or don't like Muslims, okay? It's not, screaming, I don't like Arabs or whatever, might not turn everyone against you. I'm sorry to say. I don't know if you guys know this. A lot of people would be like, yeah, I love that shit. Okay. All right. I don't know. Okay. This is just, all right.
Does that make sense?
You're in a job interview.
Okay. So anyway, okay, so guys, yeah, right, Jonas? I don't know if you noticed, Jonas. So, okay, I'm glad we watched that. I didn't know that would be that bad, to be honest with you. But this is what I mean about, I've actually proved my point more than I thought it would. This is why I was just trying to be nice, and I'm like, okay, we'll watch. I know that it isn't, I may not be the biggest fan of him. Maybe there'll be something valuable, but that was like the worst video I've seen of his. All right, I don't know necessarily if he's being anti-Semitic. I got to tell you, I don't know if he's legitimately trying to be anti-Semitic or he's just making weird comparisons to things that are unrelated. You know what? I'm going to let me look him up real fast. I'm just really interested. And this guy is a professor, and apparently he went to Yale. Now, that doesn't matter much. Like, your schooling doesn't matter much, but he's very popular. I'm going to see here. There he is. What do we know about him? A Chinese-Canadian educator, writer, historian, and geopolitical theorist based in Beijing, China. He is known for his contributions to education reform in China. Okay, that's good. Particularly promoting creativity, creative critical thinking, and global citizenship. That's interesting. Okay, that's good news. He's also as well known for his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he applies structural historical analysis, game theory, and concepts inspired by Isaac Asimov's fictional psychohistory to interpret and forecast major geopolitical events. I got to read that again. Concepts inspired by Isaac Asimov's fictional psychohistory to interpret and forecast what? Interesting. Hmm. He has appeared in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and Chronicle of Higher Education. Huh. That is unique. Others have criticized his predictions as relying on we just noticed this, selective historical analogies, speculative game theoretic reasoning, and untestable assumptions. Well, there you go. Okay. I don't, he's definitely creative. Okay, no, I am not real. I'm not using that as a standard. I'm saying that that's not a standard, but like he's an educated guy. What? Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. So just be careful, guys. I've seen him everywhere, and I know he's popular for some people, but whew, that was kind of crazy to listen to. There's something, guys, called Occam's razor. I don't know if you guys have heard it before. Occam's razor. Yeah, yeah, you saw that? China's Nostradamus. That's not exactly a compliment for an atheist, all right? Occam's razor is a philosophical concept, or I don't even know if that's the phrase for it. Occam's razor. And what you're saying, Sarah, he likes the smell of his own farts. Yes. Okay. So Occam's razor is this idea. It's is the problem-solving principle that recommends searching for explanations constructed with the smallest possible set of elements. So it's basically that another way of framing Occam's razor is that the simplest explanation is more often than not the right one. It's not, that doesn't always work that way, guys. But the idea here is, do we think that what Israel is doing is a giant blood sacrifice for the sake of turning the world against Israel so they can fight harder against the planet for the sake of the apocalypse? Or do we think it's about power and control and furthering the Israeli state's interests? Which one of those do we think is true? Okay, according to Occam's razor, yeah, okay, the simpler explanation with the fewer elements in it is more likely the right answer. Now, does that mean it's always the right answer? No. But okay. So, yeah, popularly, the principle is sometimes paraphrased as of two competing theories, the simpler explanation of an entity is to be preferred. So, okay, that sounds to me like the simpler explanation. Now, that's not always the case, I got to tell you. Okay, yeah, with the least amount of assumptions. Okay, so it's also with the least amount of assumptions. Okay, yeah. There you go. Yeah, def couldn't be power and control. That's two elements. Apocalypse is one element. Gotcha, CR. No, no, Inval. I mean, like the idea that it's like a apocalypse. So there are a lot of assumptions you have to make in order to believe that. You have to believe that they're doing it as a sacrifice, that they want the whole world to turn against them, including the United States, that they have this sort of end times belief, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. You have to make far fewer assumptions if you look at just what states do, what governments do, and what Israel has said they want. Okay. Okay. Oh, you got it. Okay. I'm sorry, invalid action. I thought you were joking. I thought you were coming at me there. Okay. I got you. Anyway, yeah, you're right, Jonas. A lot of Jewish folks, or I shouldn't say Jewish folks, right? Zionists don't really have this sense of religious obsession. Okay, they have sort of an emotional connection to Israel, where they view Israel as a place where Jewish people can be safe. And I'm talking Jewish Zionists. Due to the Holocaust and stuff, it's like it's a state where they have they have control and that they'll feel safe. And so they want to protect it at all costs because they want to be safe and avoid another Holocaust. A lot of it has nothing to do with religion for a lot of Jewish folks, okay? Um, there are a lot of secular Jewish folks that love Israel because it is they view it as a safe haven for Jewish folks. And of course, a lot of Christian Zionists just like Israel because of crazy religious reasons. But anyway, yeah, exactly. There are some Israelites or that do believe it for like anyway. Whew, that was kind of a mind F, wasn't it? My brain feels kind of dead now after listening to that. Arel, thank you. Really? Are you sorry, Arel? Sorry, RL. I'm so used to being insulted. Are you being serious, RL? RL said, CR, you're so enlightening. Is that true, RL, or are you just messing with me? Are you just messing with me? Okay. Thank you, though, if it's a compliment. I'm used to you people insulting me. I'm not used to compliments. All right. So, okay, there we go. Isn't that fun? All right. Well, that was just a note. I thought it'd be interesting to watch that with all of you. God knows. Let's do a little. Let's do a little palate cleanser here, shall we? Okay. Yeah. Ooh, that was kind of weird. Let's do a little. Just be careful, guys. There's a lot of weird shit on the internet, and I'm not saying that it's a creative approach, but it might not be the best. Okay. Okay. So here we go. We all right. So here we have a going on here. I'm sorry. I'm just reading some of the chat here. Some extreme. Yeah, you're right. There are extreme Zionists who believe that sort of thing. And fundamentalist Christians. Correct. I know he's not inventing it, but he's definitely overgeneralizing. 100%. And let's see here. Body swap. I can agree, Loiso. Indeed. All right. So, okay. This is just a little palate cleanser. Who out there has ADHD? Pooping on a stick for a live stream demo would also be a creative approach. Hey, I could do that. I'm willing to completely dehumanize myself for the sake of you as folks. I need to increase the size of this community. I'd be willing to make that sacrifice for all of you. If you're willing to watch me poop on a stick to demonstrate what a punji stick is, gladly. Okay, I'm just joking. All right. So, what do we think, Squirrel? There you go, Sylvie. Okay, who here has ADHD? No, Lacroix, Ron. Okay, Lacroix says, so what I learned today is CR is the only person we can believe 100% and follow to the end of the earth. You know, Lacroix, that's not true, and I say the opposite of that all the time. Okay, how dare you? Okay, so, okay, guys, I know, guys, I have ADHD. We have a lot of shocking. We have a lot of people on the spectrum who are ADHD out there. I never would have thought. I'm joking with you. I have ADHD, guys. I've been told I might be on the spectrum, but not particularly severely. But anyway, if you want to use that word, okay. So we have a lot of people with ADHD out there. I'm not surprised. Oh, thank you so much, Dolly Boy. You sent a hydrate. Okay, I'll hydrate. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I love you, Dolly Boy. You're the best. Now go back to your doghouse. Okay, so I'm not diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm not surprised, guys. Given how I structure my stream, how dare you, RL? Okay, given how I structure my streams, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of ADHDers out there. How could you follow me otherwise? Anyway, so okay, this is just a video. I don't know if it's funny. It's called "Trying to Do Anything with ADHD." For those who don't know what ADHD is, it means attention deficient hyperactivity disorder. Okay, it's characterized by a bad short-term memory, less dense neurons in the basically front part of your brain, which regulates executive function. So the ability to take action on things, essentially, and to stay focused on things. It can lead to a lot of energy. Now, it kind of manifests differently in men and women, or girls or boys. Girls typically are more attention deficit type, where they just have trouble focusing. They're not necessarily hyperactive. Boys are typically more likely to be hyperactive and moving around a lot and have trouble sitting still. But generally, you have trouble focusing. You have trouble. You have sort of an addiction to dopamine. It's not really an addiction. you thrive off dopamine. If you do something for too long, you're going to get bored of it and switch to something else, even if you haven't completed it. So who out there who has ADHD, has trouble finishing projects or actually finishing things they've started, or has jumped around from job to job and has trouble holding a job down? That's also very common. People with oh, you do, elevator lady? Oh, that's unusual. Okay. Oh, you're special, elevator lady. Because you get sick of a job and you lose that initial dopamine hit, and then you have trouble keeping it. People with ADHD have typically last in jobs longer and stuff. Okay. You guys know it. You jump from job to job, right? It's harder. Executive dysfunction is really bad. Okay, I get that, guys. I get that. Trust me, guys. I've had all these issues. All right, I've had all these issues. Yep, you can't control it. All right, and I will say, guys, yes, switching hobbies like underwear, right? Even guys, while I've been live streaming, I have switched. I started off doing reaction videos. I got tired of it because they're boring to me now, and I don't think they're good content. So now I'm mainly doing live streams. Like I switch around. A lot of times people with ADHD have issues with authority figures because telling an ADHD person to do something is not as easy as it sounds. If you're told to do something and do it repetitively, for ADHD people, their brain decides for them if they're going to do it or not, right? It's not like if an ADHD person cannot generate the motivation, they're not going to have the motivation. If it's not going to give them a dose of dopamine, the frontal cortex isn't going to push them to do it. Okay. Like, I'm saying this as someone who's experienced this because I have ADHD. Okay. Let's see here. Wish me luck. Dropping groceries off for a pregnant girl and her man who posted on our town page that she was hungry. Oh my gosh, Alyssa, be careful. You're great though. Okay. You're great. There you go. There you go, Loisa. Okay. So guys, to be clear here, I want to point something else out about ADHD, right? You don't want to find out, Jonas? I understand. Okay. So, something else about ADHD, it actually isn't a bad thing. If we were living in, there's a theory out there that having ADHD was very beneficial for hunter-gatherer society. So if human beings existed as hunter-gatherers for most of our existence, where we'd wander around in small groups, and we would hunt and gather, we'd use all the resources in a location, and we move to another location and gather there. For most of human existence, that's how we existed. Think about it. If you have ADHD in that environment, that's really useful. You're the explorer. You're the one that goes out and finds new food sources. You're the one who goes out and finds new places to live. Explores, likes getting that new hit of dopamine by finding a new place. We absolutely, Arbeiterklasse, that might be true. Having ADHD, or at least the traits of ADHD, would be very useful. Okay, in like a hunter-gatherer context. Now, this is just a theory, but I want to be clear. A lot of mental health issues are socially constructed, as in they're not problems unless the society makes it a problem. When you're living in a hyper-capitalist society like ours that gives no mercy to people who can't hold down a job and shit and who have to do repetitive actions every day, that can be really hard, and it suddenly becomes an illness. You see what I mean? Okay, like it becomes really hard in a capitalist society to have the traits of someone with ADHD. So, you see what I mean? Okay. My point is that if society were better about handling people that were different, this wouldn't be as much of an issue. Regardless, we live in a hyper-capitalist society. Okay, correct. So let's see what this video is about. It's very short. It's 4 minutes, and I think it's just a humorous video. It's called Trying to Do Anything with ADHD. Dear God. Let's see if it's right. For the people who have ADHD out there or who know people with ADHD, let's see how right it is.
Are you still watching this? No. Oh, crap. The batteries are dead. Are they still in the garage?
I think so.
BRB.
Did he forget what he went out there for? Come on, guys. Come on. All the ADHDers out there, we know, right? He forgot what he went out there for. Is this what they're trying to show? I'm sorry. I'm guessing that's what they're showing.
Wait, what did I come here for?
Hello? You came here for a reason, and that reason is here. If you can remember that reason, all will cheer.
I had something in my hands,
I think. Like, I think I needed to get something.
What you seek is closer still. Don't be meek and climb uphill.
Yeah.
Okay.
What ails you, son?
I'm just trying to remember my purpose here.
Could it perhaps be this power drill? Whoa! Yes, it's a very cool power drill you forgot you once had. Maybe you should bring it back to your friend, see what he says about it.
I got you, Super
Yeah.
Lemon.
Yeah, this is probably it. Thanks.
Oh God. Oh my God. I've done that. I do that all
Yo,
the
check
time.
out this power drill.
Did you get the batteries?
God damn it!
Oh my God, this is triggering. This is so triggering. Oh my God, this is so triggering. There have been times, guys, where on my pee break where I leave the stream, I will go upstairs and then I'll forget that I left a pee and I'll find myself in the kitchen getting food and then I'll start coming back downstairs and be like, oh wait, I never even peed. Because I forget that that's the reason I left the stream to begin with was to pee. Okay, like, all right. Anyway.
Oh, good, you're back.
Yes, and I don't need this drill.
Ah, well, you
Yes.
should probably just put it away then.
Fine.
Ah, yes, the baseball bat from your very first home run. Might be worth putting somewhere special.
This isn't what I'm here for.
So you're just gonna let it stay here and collect dust?
No. No, I'm not.
That's the spirit.
Yo, man, did I ever tell you I used to be a really good outfielder?
Yeah.
Okay,
okay.
Who are you and why are you tricking me? I'm not tricking you, Daniel. Don't you see? I am you. What? Yes, I am the desire in your heart. I am the breath in your lungs, the itch on your skin, the deepest
thank you very
desires
much,
in the
Mad
darkest
Sci Guy,
depths
for the
of your
contribution.
mind. I am the light in the darkness in which your eyes seek to find.
Okay, well then why don't you help
Jesus.
me find what I'm seeking?
Yeah, okay. Oh my God. This happens to me all the time. I hope we all know. I hope you all do. This happens to a lot of you too, I hope.
Okay, fine. I'll tell you the trick. But once I tell you the trick, you and I may never meet again.
What trick?
While you are here, right
Writing
now,
it down.
I would like for you to close your eyes.
Okay.
And with your eyes closed, I want you to picture where you stood when you realized you needed a thing.
I was standing in my living room.
And
Yes,
who was there
Wizards,
with
I
you?
do, so I don't feel alone, okay?
My roommate.
And what were you holding?
I was holding a remote control.
Perfect. And how did you feel when you were holding that remote?
I felt frustrated
Why were you frustrated?
because
Oh my God, you guys, oh my God, don't you do this all the time where you're like, crap, okay, what was I doing? I have to try to remember it, and you close your eyes and you stand there.
Because
And then you get annoyed if people are like, well, did you say this? Did you do this? Did you do that? And you're like, shh, I'm trying to remember, okay?
because I needed something to watch.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, do we have a DVD player in here?
Oh God, yeah, oops.
This video was sponsored by BetterHelp.
Okay, so, all right, that's funny.
Hey, you
Okay, they put it at the end. All right, so that's that. That wasn't as funny as I thought it would be, but hey, it was kind of funny, all right? Anyway, so, yeah, that's kind of like ADHD, the bad short-term memory and shit. Who here loses their keys all the time? Like, so I've had to set up a place right next to the door where I always put my keys, because if I put them anywhere other than next to the door, they're gone. I won't know where they are. Is that true, Gwen? Dear God. Okay, I'm sorry. That's not good. All right. Yeah, I know. If I'm retracing my steps, I'll sometimes get distracted by something else and then forget what I'm looking for. What a key. There you go, Future Earth. Right. So like, if anyone ever loses their keys or wallets all the time, okay, I know I do a lot of the time. If you know you have ADHD, if your friends and family, whenever you leave a restaurant, say, okay, wait, and they look around to make sure you didn't leave anything. Has anyone ever had loved ones who do that? A partner or whatever, where they always check all around where you were sitting right before you leave to make sure you haven't left anything. Okay. There you go. Wizards Bread's books. Okay. Right, elevator lady. Okay. We all know we have those loved ones who get it, and then we'll always know that it happens, and then they'll help us out. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing, later. I agree. Yeah, right, Jonas. Oh my God, me too. Okay. So ADHDers unite out there. All right. I want to point out that there's nothing really wrong with you. Unfortunately, our society doesn't really like our neurodivergence. But this would have been good for us at a different time. Okay. Yeah, Sylvie, I do it for myself. I stand there for like 5 minutes wondering if I forgot something. Exactly. Right? Yes. Okay. Or if you lose something and it's like right in front of you, but you just don't see it, and you keep looking, but it's like right there, and you only realize later it was right there the whole time. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Gwen. Okay. She belongs here too. Fantastic, Gwen. All right. Okay. So just I found out, guys, you want to hear something interesting. When I left high school, all right, I graduated from high school with like a C. Like, I had not a good grade in high school. I did not do well in high school at all. I graduated from high school with a C. I was completely untreated for my ADHD. I had some defiant things going on in high school. Okay. And I told you I was a punk for part of the time in high school. So I wore like black clothing and like chains and patches and anti-fascist shit. Okay. And anyway, and I did a bunch of other random shit. Like, I was a theater kid, obviously. And I was in the student council, but I did a bunch of random shit, but I didn't do well academically. The only reason I got into a university was because I had a teacher who, yeah, I know, Sir Bartholomew. I know, my poor father, right? Uh, I had a teacher who wrote me a really nice letter of recommendation who basically said, give him a chance. He's very bright. He just doesn't do well with schoolwork because he has troubles with executive function and shit. Okay. So I did get to go to university. The problem, and then when I got to university, I finally got medicated. The Ohio State University, which is where I went to university, has a really good learning disabilities section, like department. And I went there and they did testing. They found out I had ADHD. They gave me accommodations and I got medicated. And by the time I left university, I graduated cum laude with honors distinction and multiple times on the dean's list. And I ended up getting um, going straight from undergraduate to PhD, and I got a fellowship to go to a different university to do historical research. My point, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to brag. My point here, guys, is that like ADHD can really interfere with a person's ability to do the work. It's not a sign of not intelligence. It's not a sign of an ability. It is a sign that you have trouble doing things in a structured way, which is what a lot of society demands. Okay. So I just want to be clear with that. All right. Um, yeah, it blew it for a man. Oh, I gotcha. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to brag. I really am not trying to brag. I'm just trying to make a point here about how like ADHD does not mean you're not smart. And even though a lot of times folks who have ADHD are treated like they're not smart or that you're not able to do the work. Okay. You guys know I'm not bragging. I'm just trying to make a point here, right? Like getting treated for it really changed things for me. Okay. So, yes, I was a Buckeye. Yeah, yes, Wizards. I'm a Buckeye. Unfortunately, don't ask me about the sports though. It drives me crazy because the Ohio State Buckeyes, they're so obsessed with the sports. That's all anyone knows them for. But it's a really good university. Unfortunately, it's a really good university. Unfortunately, it's not. Everyone only knows it for sports. Okay. It does have very good food and beer. Okay. Guys, how dare you stop it? I didn't mean to. Okay, you guys know I'm not bragging. I'm sorry. I apologize. Shut up. I hate you all. You know I'm not. I was just making a point here about like ADHD and whatever. Screw all of you. I hate you all. Okay. You're not. Don't feel stupid, Sylvie. How dare you? Okay. All right. Yeah. Lots of gay bars, that's for sure. There are a lot of. Columbus is the gay capital of the Midwest. I'm not even joking. There's a lot of gay folks in Columbus, Ohio, and most people don't even know about it, but it's considered one of the gay capitals of the Midwest. All right. Body swap, how dare you? Okay. Yeah, anyway. So, okay. So just be aware there's nothing wrong with you if you have ADHD, okay? Anyway, my point here. You know what? I hate you all. Screw you all. Okay, we're not talking about this anymore. I should never have said anything. I shouldn't have said that. It sounded too much like a brag. No, Sir Bartholomew, no. Fine. You know what? I was bragging. I was. I want you to know. I want you to know. Okay? I'm better than all of you. Look at that. Look at my education. Okay? Look at my education. Look how educated I am. Okay? Great. Much good it's done me. Okay? I'm like living in poverty. All right? So screw all of you. How dare you? All right? Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. Okay. If you're all going to yell at me, I might as well just play a part. Okay. Moving on. So Ohio is not Mormon, Sir Bartholomew. Luckily, there are some. Okay, there are some issues. Okay, how dare all of you? But there are a lot of Mormons here. Okay. Moving on. Silence and sip water. Funny jester man. Okay, whatever, guys. I hate you all. Damn right. Damn right. Body swap. Okay, guys. So I just thought it'd be kind of funny to watch. Let's see here. Okay, guys. What time is it? It is 3:41. Yeah, you're right. Columbus is a really good city. Anyway, moving on. So let's see what else we got to react to here, guys. I think there's some videos over. Oh, so one thing I wanted to talk to you about. Retro Asher, are you here? So let me find Retro's. So Retro Asher, we don't really have time, unfortunately, to watch the whole thing right now, but I wanted to show guys, Retro Asher has a YouTube channel. If I can find it. Would you mind reposting it real fast, Retro Asher, just in the reactions channel? Real fast, Retro Asher. Forgive me, Retro Asher. You just mind reposting it real fast? I need to go back up and find it, and it would take a while. Do you mind just reposting it, Retro Asher? Forgive me. So I wanted to. What's my Twitter name? I got you. My Twitter name is Casual Revolt. I think it's. If I can, let me find it real fast. I don't post much on Twitter. I have a very small following there, but I've been trying to post more on social media. But I don't know how other creators find time to do all this posting on all these social media sites. I literally don't understand how there's possibly enough hours in the day, unless they're using AI, how these people are able to post so much everywhere. Here I will. Here is my here it is, my profile. If you guys want to do it. My X profile, whatever. Thank you very much. Okay, so there you go, guys. If you want to follow me on X, there you go. Anyway, so let's see here. We'll watch a little bit of it. So Retro Asher, I just wanted to do a little bit of advertising for Retro Asher.
And it's time.
We'll put up the subtitles now. Retro Asher has told me that the audio is a little bit off. Okay. They don't think that's how. Okay, that's fair, Sylvie. But like, I don't know when do they find the time? Like a lot of. Oh well, I don't know. That's fair. Okay. All right. So here we have. So this was sent by Retro Asher. Retro Asher. If anyone knows the game Splatoon, Retro Asher. I got it. You had to record it with your phone. So the audio is may not be the best, right, Retro Asher? But I recommend people watch it. It's an analysis of the game Splatoon, and it talks about war, consumerism, and human error. So, Retro Asher, again, we'll watch a little bit, but
of protest against ICE. Splatoon's post feature has been used this way for ages, so this shouldn't be any different. Many members of the community have actually spoken out against it, claiming that politics have no place in Splatoon.
So apparently within Splatoon, there's a lot of like resistance going on against ICE and things like that. There's a lot of commentary within Splatoon that's political against like school shootings and stuff like that. I know what, for the sake of timing, I can't really watch the whole thing.
Apparently not true. This post, for example.
But by the way, Retro Asher, great voice. You have a great voice for videos. So anyone who wants to watch Retro Asher's analysis of Splatoon, there's some really creepy stuff in Splatoon. After I watched Retro Asher's video, there's like a track that's sort of hidden in Splatoon that sounds like a school shooting going on. I'm not joking. Retro Asher talks about it, and you can hear it, and it's sort of a critique. Like, there's a lot of you wouldn't expect this level of critique from a game like Splatoon, but it's there. Okay, guys, it is there. So, so I'm going to quickly paste this this is a link to the video. You can also support Retro Asher by joining the channel. All right. We definitely have to support Retro Asher because Retro Asher lives in Florida, and God knows if you live in Florida, you need some extra support. Okay, so there you guys go. All right, so there's just a little note there. One of our own has this posted video. You can also support Outer Signal, who has a channel. Cody has Twitch. All right, you guys. There you go. I'm gonna put my face up now. All right. So, today is what? Tuesday. I'm going to stay on for a little bit longer here. Let's just chat for a little bit. Okay, it is what? 3:46. So I've been okay. So, all right. Sorry, I was gonna burp there for a second. Invalid axiom. You're disgusting. Invalid axiom. All right. So, guys, let's talk. Any questions, comments, anything you want to chat about? Let's do a little chatting session here. I'm tired, and I would rather not watch another video right now. Anyone? What do you guys want to chat about? Any questions? Anything you want to chat about in regards to stuff? Okay. I could actually find a video for us to react to, I guess. A shorter one. The toilet wars, that's hilarious. CIA secret operations. Ooh, that looks good. I'm sorry. I'm looking at a lot of the crap here. Oh, you know what? Speaking of Retro Asher, there is a video I want to watch. Okay, it's very short. This was sent to us by Retro Asher. Speaking of Retro Asher, and I think it's perfect. It is just in line with what we were talking about, okay? Or what we've been talking about. So it's a short. So this is from Retro Asher. This is just a compilation, I think, of politicians talking about their support for Israel. So let's see. Let's look at some. Let's watch this, okay? So this is titled.
So why would you be a Zionist?
We are under attack. Israel. We are under attack. Okay, well, let's see here. We'll just see what it is. Everyone ready? Let's watch. Need to start it over.
Why would you be a Zionist? I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Proud to say that no U.S. administration has done more in support of Israel's security than ours.
The United States stands with Israel now and forever.
We must stand with Israel.
I love Israel. I love Israel. I've been with Israel so long in terms of I've received some of my greatest honors from Israel.
Guys, they want to turn the world against them so that they can, do a giant sacrifice.
Why would you be a Zionist?
So, okay, dear God, don't we love that? What? You guys are disgusting. I see all the shit you're talking about in chat. You disgust me. You're all a bunch of degenerates. Yes, Druzilla, I know that's vomitous, but there you go. There's the great American politicians fighting for freedom and democracy by supporting the genocidal state. Don't we love that, guys? Oh, this is another one. Fetty sent this one. Now, I know, guys, I've been bad about doing the reaction videos you guys send, only because, I don't know, because I've been distracted about all the shit. Yeah, I'm sorry, Inner Groove. I'm sorry, all right? Yeah, I know, right? Like, they should be disqualifying. The fact that these politicians are, like, deeply loyal to Israel, it's weird. It's really weird. So this is, what is this, yesterday's press conference? So Trump was doing an important press conference. Oh, no, this is when he was handing out medals for people, like congressional medals of honor and shit. And he went on a little side tangent while doing medals of honor for people who, have done heroic things in the military or whatever. I don't really care. And this is what the little side tangent he went on. Now, remember yesterday, folks, how we discussed how Trump kind of has a bit of drama gay in him, right? Has a bit of drama gay in him. Definitely has a little bit of fruitiness going on. Yes, Druzilla, you always do something wrong, Druzilla. What do you mean? So let's see the little distracted moment Trump has. Everyone ready? Let's go.
See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But, and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it because I built many a ballroom.
Guys, remember, guys, this is during a conference where he's supposed to be awarding medals to military people who are supposed to have been heroes or whatever, okay? Okay, Fetty Spaghetti, even more context. Shortly before he goes off on this tangent, a reporter had asked him if he would get bored of the war in Iran. He said he is laser focused on Iran. Oh, my God. And he just started rambling about, that's hilarious, Fetty. I didn't know that. That is hilarious.
I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, will the pile drivers ever stop? You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30.
The pile drivers? What is, okay.
In the evening, can you imagine? Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be $400 million or less. Most people say 400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound.
By the way, he's saying this while our bombs are falling on Iran, and we've started a regional conflict where hundreds of people are dying. Yeah, Arbeiterklasse, right? Arbeiterklasse. Guys, you embarrassed me in front of Arbeiterklasse. Arbeiter is new to the streams, and you're embarrassing me with all the weird stuff you're saying in chat, okay? Guys, be nice, be nice. Let's be more adult and more mature in chat since we have guests here. Okay, you're not a guest, Arbeiterklasse. You're part of the community now, but anyway, I just need an excuse. I need an excuse to get people to stop saying gross stuff in chat. All right.
That beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it.
Yeah, laser focused on Iran, right, Dolly Boy?
We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the...
Okay. So that's, great. Great. I don't know what to say about this. Dolly Boy, don't lecture me on my... You are embarrassing, Brazil. You're all very deeply embarrassing, okay? Like, okay, oh my God. Meanwhile, Jesus, okay. So that's good. Do we like that? Is that fun? Do we like the state of the world and where it's come to? What it's come to, etc.? All right. Okay. I'm going to put my face back up again. Okay, guys, let's do this again. So any questions? You guys have anything you want to talk about? Anything you want to talk about? I know I just said it's okay, CR. We're embarrassed of you too. Thank you, Invalid Axiom. I support that. Anything you guys want to chat about? You aren't impressed by he saved money on curtains? Not particularly, LaQuai. I got to tell you, not particularly impressed about that. Okay, any questions, guys, about the news, about history, about politics, about me, whatever you want to talk about? Let's do a little chat here. You're being mean today, having a bad hair day. Drizilla, I'm getting my hair cut tomorrow. Thank you very much. Okay, mutual embarrassment. You're embarrassing, Prometheus. You're Promethean Rebel. You're embarrassing. Okay. You could just point to any if you could point to any, go to any point in history where. Well, let's put it this way. Can I rephrase it, Sir Bartholomew? Is if I can be like in a protective bubble, so I don't actually have to be around people in history. If that's the case, Sir Bartholomew, I would go probably to either the transition from hunter-gatherers into settled agricultural civilization, somewhere in there, because that's a very misunderstood time where we don't have many records because there isn't any writing. So I would like to see what sort of prompted the transition from hunter-gatherer. I know this is a boring answer. From hunter-gatherers to settled civilizations. Now, if you want a more interesting answer, I'd say the Middle Ages, because the records from the time are really bad. So, okay, so that's what I would say. You'd go to Tudor England. Interesting. Okay. What else we got here? Any other questions? If you got any point in here, Sam, what is my favorite food? Oh my God, that's a hard question. I love food, Cody. If you guys don't mind, I love food. Because that's why we have a food channel in the Discord. By the way, join our Discord. So if you were to ask me what is my favorite food, that's a really hard question. Good God, that's a hard question. I really like kebabs, kind of. Kebabs, um, it has to be with other stuff. Like kebabs with pineapples and peppers and onions is delicious. I also like Wiener Schnitzel. I think Wiener Schnitzel's really good. Indian food, really of any kind, is really good. Chicken sog, like spicy chicken sog, is really good. There's a lot. Oh God, there's so much. I don't know, Cody. That's a hard question to answer. Okay. Okay. Best fast food burger. There is a joint in Ohio, and I don't know if it's in any other states. It's called Swenson's. It's called Swenson's. I'll show you. Okay, this isn't an ad. Obviously, I'm not sponsored by Swenson's. But to give you a little taste of Middle Eastern culture, because, American culture is essentially what's your local fast food place. Yeah, there's a place called Swenson's. This is Swenson's. It's a drive-in. So you basically drive in, you park, and then they bring out the food to your car. You order it, and then they bring out the food to your car, okay? And Swenson's has this delicious burger called a Galley Boy, which is this thing right here. And it has this like sauce on it that is absolutely to die for. I love Swenson's. I would say Swenson's is my favorite fast food place. I mean, look at this crap, though. It's kind of gross. Look at this shit. A cheesy, spicy bacon mac burger, which has spicy mayo, crispy bacon, hot honey jalapenos, and jalapeno mac and cheese bites. It's a bit much. But still, I'm sorry, did I say Dolly Boy? It's a Galley Boy. It's a Galley Boy, okay? It's a Galley Boy, right? So it's like, but they have very good burgers, okay? And they have these delicious little mac and cheese bites and stuff that are horrible for you but tasty. So that's my answer. Okay, I'll stop advertising for this company. All right, I'll stop advertising for them. You can really only get it in Ohio, the Swenson's, all right? All right, yeah, okay. How God dare you, Matt Saiga? All right, what other questions we got here? Skyline is awful in your groove. I do not like Skyline chili. So Skyline chili is another common thing in the Midwest. I don't know. Is it anywhere else in the country? I thought it was mainly a Midwestern thing. I don't know, Drizilla. Why am I? I know other Indian food, Matt Saiga, but I always get chicken sog though because I like the spinach and shit. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's always a little gross, but that would be one of my favorites. I also like Five Guys. If any who here has had Five Guys, Five Guys is really good. Five Guys also not great for you, but really good fast food. Okay. Yeah, so there's this fast food place in Ohio that I don't think is anywhere else, and it's called Skyline Chili. I hate it. I'm a really bad Ohioan. I'll show you guys. Skyline Chili is disgusting. I don't know. A lot of people love it. A lot of Ohioans think it's like the best thing ever. It's gross, okay? And what it is like you can either get hot dogs with chili on them, with like cheese, or you can get spaghetti with chili on it with onions and cheese. What people like about it is that the chili has a particular flavor. The problem with the flavor of the chili is that it has like allspice and cinnamon in it and shit. So like exactly, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't taste good. It tastes like potpourri mixed with meat. I hate Skyline chili, but a lot of Ohioans love it, and I don't understand why they like it so much. Anyway, it's gross. That's my opinion. It's gross. It's disgusting. Okay, it's just disgusting. Let's put it that way. I don't like Skyline chili. No, thank you. All right, no, thank you. By the way, the last time I had McDonald's, I got a stomach bug. So, like, I don't eat McDonald's. It was a long time ago when I had McDonald's. It was like 2 years ago. I don't eat it anymore because I was desperate, and I got McDonald's because I was hungry, and I got sick, and, like, it's just completely ruined it for me. It's just completely ruined it for me, all right? It was already gross, though. Five Guys has good fries, and I used to like their burgers, but they're too greasy and oily. That is fair. That is fair, Retro Asher. Wawa, yeah, Wawa is good, but it's gas station food. That's true. So I'm just not a big fan of a lot of that shit. Okay, all right. But if you guys want to see some examples of good cuisine, let me give you a good example. So one of the okay, I'm not trying to be like rah 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 America here. Yeah, that's disgusting. Arbeiterklasse. McDonald's does not decompose because it's so full of preservatives and shit. Yeah, absolutely. Let me give you an example, guys. So one of the positive things about the United States is the fact that it is so diverse, right? Like you can around every corner there's immigrants will have set up a restaurant, okay, or like an immigrant family will set up a restaurant that has food you can get like all kinds of stuff. All right. So we often bash like American food, but you have to understand American food is really multi-ethnic at this point. Like, I know we're all like cultural appropriation, but that is American cuisine, is that it's food from all over the world. And then there's certain dishes that were created in America that we like to bash. But like cuisine overall in America is a mix. Okay. It's not like Americans are sitting around every day and eating hamburgers. Okay. It's not like we sit around eating fried stuff all the time. We eat food from all over the world all the time. Now, a lot of it is sort of Americanized. You see what I mean, though? But like you can eat Mexican food one day, you can eat Italian food another day, Indian food. I'm not trying to be like, but it is just true. Okay, people don't eat the bad food as often as you may think. So let me give you an example here. One of the best places, food places ever, um, that is world renowned, and it's actually near where I live. Okay, let me show you. Because we have a lot of good fusion places where immigrants have fused different kinds of foods together from around the world to make something even better. So I'm going to show you an example here. There's a place near where I live called Bell's Breads. Okay, Bell's Breads. Bell's Breads is a French Japanese bakery. Okay, it was started by Japanese immigrants who were trained as French chefs. And it's a mix of French and Japanese food that's sort of mixed together to perfection. Okay. Yeah. And it is absolutely amazing and delicious. And like every day, like I'm gonna show you some images here. Like, and I can go here and the little bears are adorable. It's called Bell's Breads. I go there I will go there occasionally. I've taken dates there before. You want to see them, guys? I'll show you. Like, they have, so like you got these little bears. So you see these little bears? The noses of the bears are white chocolate. So they have these little white chocolate noses. Inside the bears is buttercream, sweet buttercream, sometimes strawberry sweet buttercream with this delicious cake. It's not really cake. It's like a not very sweet breading, and it's just unbelievably delicious. Unbelievably delicious. Okay? Like, and so I don't want you to think that like we bash American food, but there is a lot of good food in America. It's just a lot of times it's fusion stuff. I can give you other examples here. I actually, for my sister's wedding, my sister got married and I was in charge of planning her what is it called? Her wedding shower. And I got her a cake from Bell's Breads because they have these strawberry cakes that are absolutely delicious. Okay. So, all right. There's just like all this great food, and these kind of places, by the way, or you can get something like this, which is just strawberries laid on top of cream on top of this. Okay. Anyway, absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious stuff. Here's another image. Okay. So you can get really good food. I can give you one more example. Okay. Of where you can see sort of like into food from somewhere else in the world. All right. Anyone ever heard of the Hofbrauhaus? Well, that's not a good example. Let's try this instead. That is a good example, but not the best. Blue Ginger. Let's try Blue Ginger restaurant. Yeah. Okay. Blue Ginger restaurant. This might not be the best. Well, we'll see here. Okay. This is a Asian fusion place near where I live. Okay. And it integrates Japanese, Chinese, Korean food, and Indian food. And it mixes together these things and improves upon them, I would say. Like you can get, maybe not the best images here. It's very cool looking on the inside. You can have like traditional sushi. You can have traditional Chinese food. You can have Americanized Chinese food, right? You can have like this is like the kind of stuff that you can find really good food in America. I just want to point that out, all right? Even though we do bash the food here. I don't want you all to think that it's all bad all the time. All right? Or even right down the street from me, not that far from me. I mean, it's kind of far from me. Is a place called the Hofbrauhaus. You all probably know if you know Germany. If you know Germany, guys, the Hofbrauhaus is from Germany. It's a giant beer hall in Munich, Germany. And there is a Hofbrauhaus that is run directly from Munich, Germany, not that far from me. You can go there and get German beer brewed in Germany with German food, okay? Traditional German food, and it is set up like a traditional German beer hall, okay? Look at it. And then every day there's live German music playing, okay? It is, by all accounts, it's German, all right? And I've been to Germany. It reminds me very much of Germany. So my point is like you can get things from all over the place. Yeah, there you go, Outer Signal. But you're right, Outer Signal. I am nervous about it because a lot of people don't like America. And if I give anything that sounds like a compliment to America, I will get pushback. I promise you. People will be like, no, it's disgusting. It's gross. I'm like, okay, sorry. I'm just saying there is some good food there, right? Or if you want me to let me give you one more example. Just to show you how it blends, okay? There is a restaurant down near where I am called Pharaoh's Pizzeria. Now, you will immediately think, oh, it's just a pizza place. It is just to show you how this mixes, it is a pizza place founded by Egyptian immigrants. Okay, it is a pizza place founded by Egyptian immigrants that has Italian food and Egyptian food. And they blend these things together. It looks like, I haven't been there for a while. It looks like its ratings have kind of gone down, but it has some of the best pizza I've ever had, and it's Egyptian immigrants, okay? And it has like, you can also get Egyptian food there. It's a lot of blending of stuff. You see what I mean? I can give lots of examples, but all right. Okay. There you go. You guys get my idea. You get the idea I'm trying to promote here, okay? All right. So that is one of the positive things about living in the United States is you get all these options when it comes to food. I know London is similar. I think, am I right, guys? Isn't London kind of similar? You have all this stuff, right? You got all this good stuff in London as well, all right? We need one of those in South Dakota. Yeah, big German population there. Right. Okay, I'm going to put my face back up. Okay, guys, you got me started on this. Forgive me. But I could rant about food. I love food. I think it's so interesting. I love trying food. I like the call. And by the way, food is one of those innocent things. It doesn't matter if you're living in a capitalist society, a socialist society, a hunter-gatherer society. Cuisine will always exist. Cultural things regarding food will always exist. It's like cooking will always exist. Right? It's something that is sort of innocent that human beings love to do everywhere in the world. And it's something that I like a lot. Okay. 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 Yeah, London is expensive. That's true. And a lot of American places are expensive too. Yeah, thank you, Outer Signal. Okay, I agree. This is like the greatest example of American culture is sort of the multiculturalism and the blending of these groups together. And I know America, guys, is pretty horrific state in terms of how it treats other people and how it treats a lot of its own civilians. But there is a lot of beauty that has come from the multiculturalism within America. I mean, guys, all right. I think so. I think it's one of the things I enjoy about living in America is the diversity and the cultural integration of things and stuff like that. And we have a lot of people who don't like that, but you know, there's been a lot of good things that come from it. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, putting new spins on things from other cultures, etc. And by the way, guys, if you think, sometimes people will make an argument. Yeah, I agree, Lacroix. I totally agree. And guys, I used to teach at a religious school. I think I told you this before, guys. And this religious school, it was in this little complex. Okay, there was a I don't want to say the religion of the school I was at, but there was a worship area for the school I was at, and then literally right next door was a Hindu temple. And then right next to that, there was a Catholic church. And then right next to that, there was a, what are they called? Baha'i, Baha'i. What's that one religion called? The Baha'i Universalist or whatever next to it. Like, think about that. Like, you have one location where there's a Hindu temple. Oh, there was a synagogue. There was a Jewish synagogue, a Hindu temple, a Catholic church, like all right next to each other in this little area. And a lot of times they would do things together and stuff. But like, that's the sort of thing I like in America. Okay. And I know it doesn't mean that what we do is great around the world, but it's one of the nice things. Okay. Anyway, we know. Okay. That's right, Matt Saigal. You do know that. All right. So anyway, okay. There wasn't a Mormon school. Okay. So, but okay. So there you guys go. Just some examples there. All right. And like, so yeah. Okay, guys. Any last comments here? Any last comments? And I will, okay, one last thing. I'll say one last thing. I don't mean to, I'm not trying to, I am not trying to be rah-rah America here, but it is true, guys, that, and I'm saying this, I know a lot of the people who aren't from America may not realize this. There are still a lot of people in the world that, regardless of what America has done overseas, still want to come to the U.S. because there are ethnic communities here where they want to come to. All right. It's just something to think about. And that, again, I'm not doing American exceptions here. I'm just saying, even for a lot of people overseas, that's one of the things that they like about America is that there are small ethnic communities out here and stuff. And it's a shame that there are Americans who are trying to get rid of the one last thing that people still like America for. Okay? Think about it. Like, there are people, yeah, there are people here that are like, don't like the one thing that people around the world, that some people around the world still like about America. Anyway, it's just annoying to me. We can't have nice things. All right? We can't have nice things. As Jonas, U.S. school lunches aren't great. I got to tell you, at least not anymore. Okay. All right. Yeah, like the Somalis in Minnesota. All right. They have a great and thriving community there, etc. I live in a place in Ohio that has some of the highest proportion of people from Asia anywhere. There's a Hyundai plant kind of near where I live. There is a Hyundai plant, and there are a lot of Japanese folks and other people from Asia that live in the community I'm in, which is why we have a lot of Asian fusion restaurants and things like that. Okay. Yeah. Correct, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says 1,000% in spite of everything. I know a lot of Nigerians who would run to America now. I'll wait till Trump MAGA is gone. Yeah. And so I know I know I never really talk about the positives. Okay. I have an agenda. I don't know if you guys noticed, right? I don't want America to be this global empire anymore. I don't like how our government treats us or other people. I want there to be pushback for that. That does not change the fact, though, that there are people who like America, and there are some positive things about being here. I just wish we could have those positive things without the imperialism, without the exploitation of the poor, without the capitalism and things like that, okay? Anyway, all right. So they fought and died for global capitalism. Now they whine about it. There you go, right? Okay, guys. So all right. So, guys, I'm going to go now. All right. I'm tired, etc. And yeah, exactly, Promethean Rebel. We have a lot of population of Muslims where I live, and when the wind blows right in the summer, we can hear the call to prayer, and I'm not scared at all. Go figure. There you go, Gwen, right? And some people are, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, Jonas, absolutely. Barbecue for the Americans out there. Well, who here has had American barbecue? It's the best barbecue in the world. I'm not saying that. Well, I am just saying that kind of, because there are other kinds of barbecue, but American barbecue, I think, is the best in the world. A lot of other barbecues across the world don't actually add much to the meat. But Americans, like American barbecue, especially as done by Southern folks, is really good. Okay. I don't have anything to do. Stay here and entertain me. Oh, I'm sorry, Promethean Rebel. Okay. So I do recommend we can talk a little bit more. You want to play the food game, guys? We could play the food. How about we play the food game? Yeah, actual Southern barbecue is very good. All right. It's very delicious. Yep, Americans barbecue still originated from immigrants, right? But it doesn't mean it's not American. And can I also point out something, guys? Like the notion that a lot of, I don't even want to talk about it. It's an irrelevant point. I get kind of annoyed when people are like, nothing comes from America. Everything has been brought there by immigrants and nothing is originally American. Yeah, that's the same for almost every food in the world, I got to tell you. And second of all, that doesn't mean it's not American, right? Maybe that is what's American, is the fact that like every culture has sort of an origin somewhere, cultural traits. Like the fact that there is food from all over the world here that's been integrated into the cuisine is a very American thing. Okay, just to be honest with you. Okay, so like for example, American barbecue is American barbecue. It's American barbecue. It doesn't matter if it was brought from elsewhere. It has been integrated into the culture and it's a part of American culture. Hamburgers, right? People will be like, well, that was made in a German thing. Okay. We Americans have edited it to make it an American thing. Okay. Like, all right. All right. Yeah. Like chicken tikka masala. There you go. All right. Like, no, I do accept that, Matt Seig. A lot of the things we have here were brought here by immigrants, but then it doesn't mean that it's not part of American culture. Okay, yeah, brisket barbecue is such a big thing because of Jewish immigrants, but it's an American thing now, right? It's become established part of the American culture. Like that's it's not to but like okay, you see what I mean? It's become part of American culture. Yeah, we take there you go, Sylvie. That's a better way of putting it. We take what immigrants bring and we remix it. It's so amazing. And by the way, it is not that Americans are stealing this stuff. Immigrants bring it over here and they live here and then they integrate it into the culture. It's not like we're stealing this stuff from immigrants. They bring it here and they want to share it here and they oftentimes profit off of it. They will start a business where they're selling the food from their home country and then it becomes integrated and part of the culture. It's not like it's not a stealing type thing. Does that make sense? And I know, okay, this is all irrelevant to me. It's kind of a small note, but it's just one of the few positive things. Okay, yeah, nothing is original. All right. Anyway, moving on. Okay, guys. So you want to play the food game once? Let's briefly play. A food game. All right. Let's just do one round of the food game. All right. Let's do that. Yeah, that's a good one, Jonas. American culture has always been about synthesis. All right. It has. I don't know what to tell you. It's been about synthesizing a lot of things. Okay, let's see here. Now, I will say, has anyone's ever heard the phrase melting pot, that America is a melting pot? This is true in that it's like a bunch of different cultures thrown together and then it gets melted down into one sort of generalized culture. There's also kind of a negative to that, as in like it's the destruction of individual cultures. But overall, I think it's a sort of a positive thing. It's like the creation of a single culture from the integration of all these cultures together. All right, moving on. Let's see here. Let me go. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, let's play that game. Let's play one round of the food game because now I'm hungry for the food game. And I get frustrated, folks. I get frustrated because you guys know the left can be really I don't know, nitpicky about things. And even if it doesn't make sense to be nitpicky and it's just like okay, and it takes a lot of humanity out of things a lot of the times. Okay. When it comes to like culture and things like that. Anyway, quick play. But a lot of it's because of trauma that's been caused by American power systems and stuff. Okay. Quick play. All right. So let's do this. I'm going to put my yeah. All right. So let me put this up in my on a scene here. Yeah, there is, Sir Bartholomew, the idea of the melting pot. And I mean, there has been sort of a melting pot in America. Again, I don't like the analogy because there also was destruction, right? We murdered all the natives, or most of the natives, right? Were killed. So that isn't really melting pot. But okay, so I know I would have to leave that part out. But for the migrants that came over here, a lot of those cultures got sort of melted together into a generalized culture. Okay. Even guys, you know, the first American Constitution, where'd my face go? Which was called the Articles of Confederation, partly was inspired by something called the Iroquois Confederacy, which was a Native American political system. So like even our government is partially inspired by the Native government somewhat. Now we can debate that, but okay, right. Regardless. So all right, let's do this together, guys. Let's play the food game, shall we? So here we have glutinous rice, cocoa powder, water, sugar, milk, chocolate, vanilla extract, condensed milk, evaporated milk, tablia, and salt. What the hell? I don't know what this is. Where do we think this is from, guys? This dish is a sweet chocolate flavored, chocolate flavored, So, Thai, you think Thai, Jonas? Okay. Yeah, gastrointestinal geniuses. Yes, Mexico. You know what? Actually, it could be Mexico, I guess. The condensed milk and like the chocolate. Huh. Whoa, sometimes it's paired with a side of salted dried rice for contrasting flavor. That's interesting. So sometimes dried rice is applied to it too? What do we think? This is a dessert from Southeast Asia, Thailand. You think? Okay, I'm going to try Thailand. Ooh, we're warm. North. You know what? Let's try Vietnam. Nope, still warm. Southeast of Vietnam. Oh God, is it Indonesia? Let's try Indonesia. Oops. I can't type today, apparently. I won't. And can I? Oh no, still not. What? You know what? It might be the Philippines. It says northeast of Indonesia. Let's try Philippines. God, we're not doing well on this one. It's my fault. I haven't been looking at the chat here. Yep, okay, it's the Philippines. Champorado. Champorado is a traditional Filipino rice porridge with sweet chocolate flavor. It originated during the Spanish colonial period in the Philippines, influenced by Mexican champorado, which is a chocolate-based atole. The main ingredient in champorado are glutinous rice, commonly referred to as sticky rice, and cocoa or tableau, which are tablets of pure ground roasted cocoa beans. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I need some pills. Okay, you were close, though, Adderson. You were close, all right? Okay, guys, after this one, though, I'm going to start handing out bonks for people who get it wrong, okay? I'm going to start handing out bonks. Okay, anyway. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Next one. Let's get gastronomical genius. Okay. Ooh, these look good. Flour, olive oil, sugar, orange juice, brandy, honey, walnuts, cinnamon, cloves, baking powder, baking soda, orange zest, lemon zest, semolina. Oh, this looks delicious. That sounds amazing to me. Okay, here's some other images of it. Flour, olive oil, sugar, orange juice. Italian, you think? Brandy, honey, walnuts, cinnamon, cloves. Oh my God, look at. Is that baklava in the background? That kind of looks like baklava in the background, right? Okay. Those look delicious, though. Yeah, this looks almost, you think India, Matt Saigai? You can bonk me, I'm boobs up, okay. All right, let's see here. You think, yeah, no, I feel like Turkish or Greek, but if Matt Saigai, if it really is India, we just bombed a hospital. That's great, Retro Asher. Love that. Let me okay, I'm gonna try Turkey real fast. I'm more aligned with the people who think like Turkey. Oh, nope, but okay, it's Greece. It's Greece. It borders Turkey. And it's right next to Turkey, Greece. Yep, Greece. Okay, it looked very Greek, and we could see the kind of yeah, you were right, guys. A lot of you were right. Okay, who gets a boop? Sir Bartholomew is wrong. Bonk! Shame on you. You were wrong, Yodas. Bonk! Indonesia or Malaysia. Retro Asher, try harder. Bonk! Jonas, you were kind of close, Jonas. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Matt Saigai, bonk! Ron. LaCroix, you get a boop. Boop. Good job. Good job. Okay, good job. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Fetty Spaghetti gets a bonk. Bonk. All right, anyone else do I need to yell at? Do I need to yell at anyone else? I'm already down the recipe. There you go, Fetty Spaghetti. Okay. All right. Well done, Gwen. Gwen saved all of you from humiliation. Okay. Pork, tofu, cabbage, garlic, ginger, green onions, soy sauce, sesame oil, salt, pepper, dumpling wrappers, optional kimchi, mushrooms, beef, shrimp, glass noodles, chives. Okay, well, I suspect this is like Korea or Japan or something. Probably Korea because there's kimchi in it, right? Okay, you didn't get pun. All right. I'm sorry, Retro Asher. Whatever. You still get the bonk, okay? Friendly fire, Retro Asher. We know Korean. Do we think it's Korean or China? South Korea? Okay, we'll try Korea just because of the kimchi. They keep doing a lot of ones from Asia, don't they? South Korea. Oh, yep, South Korea or North Korea. Mandu. Mandu. Yes, okay, Mandu. All right. Continue. I don't know why I said it that way. All right. It's all, yeah, okay. Similar to Japanese, or excuse me, Chinese jiaozi or Japanese gyoza. It consists of a wheat flour. Okay, that looks delicious. I kind of want some of that. Ooh, what's this? Oh, my. Oh, my. Okay. Okra, smoked fish, palm oil, onions, tomatoes, hot pepper, garlic, bouillon cube, salt, fried fish, shrimp, crab, habanero pepper. What do we think? Okra, okay, simmer until the okra softens and add flavors to meld. You think, really, Jonas? You think Nigerian? Outer signal, can you confirm? Is this Nigerian? You think it's gumbo? You think USA? Really, Albiter Claza? You think you don't know where it's from? Tacos de cabeza? You don't know? Okay, you know what? All right. So we got two options here. I will try Nigeria just because we rarely have something from Africa, and I kind of hope it is. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna try Nigeria. Oh, it was Nigeria. Okay. You know, it was a lot of different African places. Okay. It looks like Benin, Ghana, Niger, Guinea, Gambia, Nigeria, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Cape Verde, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Mauritania, Ivory Coast, and Togo. Okay. Wow. That was one of the few. We rarely get African dishes. That's amazing. Okay, you know what? Jonas gets all the credit. Jonas, you get 2 boops from a distance. Boop, boop. There you go. 2 boops from a distance for Jonas. The rest of you are wrong, okay? The rest of you are wrong. Shame on you, okay? I did get the feeling it did look African to me, like some of the ingredients and stuff, but I wasn't sure. But thank you, Jonas, for that idea. Okay. Okay, Matt Saigai gets a bonk. Bonk! All right. And Dolly Boy, you get a bonk. Bonk! Just because you exist, Dolly Boy. Anyway, moving on. This is interesting. Sweetened condensed milk. You get a bonk, Cody. Bonk! Okay. Sweetened condensed milk, butter, plain biscuits. Okay. Plain biscuits, unsweetened cocoa powder, sugar, chopped nuts, dried fruits. Sweetened condensed milk, butter, plain biscuits, unsweetened cocoa powder, sugar, chopped nuts, dried fruits. Gwen, you get a bonk. Bonk. Whoever else said gumbo. Who else said gumbo? Gwen. I swear to God, Gwen. Who else gets a bonk? Who else gets a bonk? Okay, no one else gets a bonk. All right. Okay, what about this one? So this looks good. What do we think? What do we think about this one? Italian? This one could be Italian. With a lot of the stuff in it. We got 2 images here. What do we think? Any other ideas other than Italian? You know, the chocolate, we got the condensed milk, the butter, the plain biscuits. This does kind of sound Italian. They like their biscuits and shit, right? They like their little hard biscuits. Okay, you know what? Airstyle 1, really? Airstyle 1, where are you from? Please tell me, where did you eat this? Welcome, Airstyle 1. Have you eaten this? Like, we need to know what country it's from. Tiffin? Do we think this is the UK? I've seen people saying UK. Switzerland? What? The UK? Okay, we'll try the UK. UK. I will say the UK. Okay, everyone ready for this? Ooh, no. It's warm, though. To the northeast of the UK. Huh. Gotcha, Airstyle. Okay. Northeast of the UK. Do we think Norway, maybe? Let's try Norway. Drusilla, we're talking about your country. Are you here? Let's try Norway. No. Southeast of Norway. Ooh, Denmark? Is it Denmark? This is not easy. We're getting low on choices here. Hot. Oh, northeast of Denmark, and we're hot. I'd say Finland then. Finland. Nope. God damn it. It must be Sweden. It has to be Sweden. Southwest of Finland. If it's like Poland, this is our last guess. This is horrific. This is embarrassing. If this is our last guess, we have to try Sweden. If it's not Sweden, I'm going to lose my mind and I'm going to take it out on Dolly Boy. Okay, I'm going to yell at Dolly Boy. I'm going to yell at all of you actually. Let's try Sweden. Damn it! I'm sorry. Okay. Folks, I need you to focus. If we do not get gastronomical genius on this, I'm going to do better. That's all I'm saying, folks. Do better. Okay? Do better. Learn your cuisine. This is a shame. This was Lithuania. Okay, this was Lithuania. This was not Sweden or Finland. Yeah, Lacroix, it was not Switzerland. It was not Finland. Shame on you. Jonas, how dare you say it? Okay. So, if we don't get gastronomical genius, I'm going to lose my mind. I hope you all know that. I hope you know that. Okay. Sam, lock in and listen to me. I got this. Retro Asher, I don't trust you now, okay? You have to regain my respect, Retro Asher. Okay, regain it. Jesus. Okay, moving on. I'm not going to bonk anyone because I'm a kind and merciful soul. Okay, kind and merciful soul. But we better not do that again. Alyssa, I'm going to need you to what's the word that they use in corpo speak? I'm going to need you to align. We're all going to need to align on this, Alyssa, okay? Let me tell you, thank you in advance, Alyssa, for aligning, okay? I'm very disappointed in all of you. You all need to study more. Moving on. Okay, final score. If we didn't get gastronomical genius, we have to play again until we get gastronomical genius. God damn. Okay. Super foodie, folks, is not enough. Super foodie is for losers. Okay? This is like the silver medal at the Olympics. No one cares. No one cares. We need the gold. Okay, correct, Gwen. You better apologize to Casual Deity. So we need to get. Okay, we're going to play again. That's it. I'm willing to stay past the time I normally do this. You're all forced to stay in here with me. You're a captive audience. Until we get gastronomical genius, I am not leaving the stream. Okay? All right. This one is fish, paprika, onions, tomatoes, green peppers, water, salt, pepper, garlic, white wine vinegar, hot peppers, potatoes, and carrots. This looks very lovely. I mean, okay. I don't know where this is from. What do we think? It's a rich and flavorful soup made with a variety of freshwater fish simmered in a paprika spice broth. Spain? Is it Hungary? Okay, Retro Asher, fine. We will try Hungary. Okay, we'll try Hungary. If you're wrong, Retro Asher, I swear to God. Okay, good. Thank you, Body Swap. I will forgive you, Body Swap, for saying gastronomical genie, which is not what it is, Body Swap. Maybe if you actually learn the name of the awards, we would do better, okay? Let's watch this. Okay, so let's try Hungary. Hungary. Oh, okay, you know what, Retro Asher? I forgive you. Yes. It was It was that word right there, and it was from Hungary. I deeply appreciate that. Okay? Fantastic. Really, Airstyle. That sounds amazing. Airstyle says, we have something like this, but instead of fish, we use pork. It's great for a hangover. That sounds amazing, Airstyle. I don't think I've had Bulgarian cuisine before, but that sounds amazing. All right. Let's go on here. That was great. Thank you. We're going to like that. Moving on. You're such a diva. Gwen, you're a diva. How dare you? All right. Okay. Melon liqueur, orange liqueur. I know I pronounced that weirdly. Lemon juice, maraschino cherry, and lemon wheel. By the way, Retro Asher, you get a boop. Boop. Despite my best desires, you get a boop, okay? So, okay, that's just unfair. Yeah, what is this crap? I don't know what this is. You are Gwen. Okay. What do we think here, guys? What do we think here? Drusilla, how dare you say Roomba? I know what this one is too. Okay, what do I have no idea where this is from. Melon liquor, orange liquor, lemon juice, maraschino cherry, lemon wheel. I know cocktails do always feel American, but sometimes they're from the UK. Okay, you know what? You want to try American? I don't know. The melon liquor is kind of throwing me. Yeah, this is the only pick of it, but the lemon. This looks like something that a Klingon would drink. Okay, because melon, I will say, let's try Japan. Melon is a common flavor in Japan. I know that because of Bell's Breads. They have a lemon drink. They have a melon drink there, so we can try Japan. Nope, not at all, Retro Asher. Not at all. So it is to the, you know what? I think it actually might be Australia. It's to the southwest of Japan, south/west/east of Japan. And it's cold. So let's try Australia, shall we? Yep. Oh my God. I guessed so well. Guys, this is why you watch me. This is why you watch me. Without me, you'd all be nothing. You understand? Nothing. All right? Look at this. I just pulled that out of my ass, Australia. No one recommended that. No one recommended that. That was all me. Okay? So, okay. So, this is a Japanese slipper from Australia. Okay? So, just to be clear, All right? Yeah, yay me, Gwen. Correct. I deserve all the credit for this one. All right? I get a boop. Boop. All right? All of you get a bonk. You know what? You collectively get a bonk. Bonk! How dare you make me have to come up with okay, anyway. Whatever, it's fine. Moving on. We're doing better on this one. This looks amazing. Yogurt, sugar. How dare you add a signal? Yogurt, sugar, milk, cream. Yeah, right, Retroaster. Okay. Yogurt, sugar, milk, cream. All right, this doesn't really help us much. Is this gelato? Is this from Italy? Yeah, bonks for everyone, including you, Arbiter Klasa. Okay. Without you, I am nothing but a diva. Correct, Gwen. All right. Do we think this is like gelato or something? Do we think this is from Italy? I think it may be from Italy. It certainly looks like it is. Isn't it gelato, guys? This is gelato, isn't it? You think it's Russian, Jonas? I think you're rushing a little fast to an answer there, Jonas. I think this is Italian. Do anyone agree with me that this is Italian? We have this all over the Balkans, even in Greece. God damn it. Okay. I'm going to go with my heart because I was right last time. Let's try Italy. But it may be imported. Is it gelato? Okay, we'll try Italy. Ooh, okay. You know what? Whoever said Italy was wrong, and I'm not taking credit for saying Italy. I blame all of you because you didn't offer me an alternative. Okay, so yeah, so it wasn't Italy, and we're ice cold, so it's nowhere near Italy. All right, it says it's to the northwest of Italy. Northwest of Italy. I don't, but it's ice cold, so it could be from anywhere. It could literally be on the other side of the planet. It could be like New Zealand or some shit. Invalid axiom. Thank you for your useless contribution. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, nom. I kind of want to eat this. The crystal form on the. Okay, you know what, Jonas? Fine. Fine, Jonas. We'll try Russia. All right. Look what you've made me do. Now I have to just trust Jonas of all people. Okay, let's see here. Nope, Jonas. Wrong. It's to the northwest east of Russia. Is it like New Zealand or Australia again? What would be from the... Okay, or is it America or some shit? Iceland? Really? No. Iceland is too close, I think. I have no idea where this is from. Mexico? All right. Frozen. It's just called frozen yogurt. Is it America? But America's like right next to. Like it is frozen yogurt. Where is frozen yogurt from? I don't know where frozen yogurt is from. It's literally called frozen yogurt. That sounds like an American thing, but America is right next to Russia, and it doesn't say it's... Where is frozen yogurt from, guys? Where is it from? No, it's not polar bears. Invalid axiom. That is an invalid axiom. I don't want to say America. Okay, fine. I'll try the USA, but it won't be the USA. I can pretty much guarantee you. Is it Canada, Cody? Oh, it was America. Okay, in my defense, you know what? I refuse to take responsibility for failing there. I blame all of you. You weren't making the argument strong enough. Really, it's your fault. It's not my fault that I wasn't listening. It's all of your fault. You really should have made the argument better. You didn't convince me at all. All right, frozen yogurt. All right, yum. All right, next one. Okay, literally all this one says is milk, and it says baked. What? What is this? Milk baked. It says this dish is made by slowly cooking milk in an oven at a low temperature for several hours. During this time, the milk's color changes to light caramel, and it develops a distinct creamy flavor with a rich texture. I don't know. I feel like ice cream would just be better. Baked milk. Literally, what is this? Gwen, it could be France. It literally is just... It develops a distinct creamy flavor with a rich texture. The top forms a slightly thicker layer, often enjoyed as a special treat. Once done, it's cooled and be consumed hot or chilled. Literally just baked milk. What? I don't know. You think it's... You know what? This does sound like it could be Russian, Retro Asher. This kind of sounds like something... Let's try Russia. Then, you know what? I don't want to know where that's from. Right, guys? I mean, this is this kind of looks like it might be Russian. I got to tell you. Russia, no offense to Russians out there, not exactly known for the being the pinnacle of cuisine over there in Russia. Just saying. I don't mean any offense. I'm just saying. I need some nuts, by the way. Okay, let's try Russia. We'll try Russia. Okay, all right. It was Russia. It was Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. Baked milk known as Razayanka, it's fermented. Interesting. Originates from Russia. Well, they didn't tell us it was... Okay. God, axiom, dear God. All right, so it is in fact Russian baked milk. Okay. Whoever said, you know what? I don't want to go through it. Whoever said Russia gets a boop. Boop. All right, good job. Everyone who was wrong gets a bonk. Bonk. All right. Okay. Crab. This is the last one, guys. Crab. I blame you, Axum. Okay. Chili sauce, tomato sauce, garlic, ginger, shallots, eggs, soy sauce, sugar, salt, pepper, lime juice, cornstarch, water, butter, spring onion, cilantro, curry powder, Belacan, and kaffir lime leaves. This looks absolutely delicious. Singaporean are you serious? Are you sure it's really? Are you joking, Malzord? Welcome, Malzord. Is this really Singapore? Because it could be Singapore. You know what? I'm going to guess what Malzord says. We're going to say Singapore. It looks like it could be Singapore because of all this mix of different things. Oh my God, Malzord, I love you. I'm in love with you, Malzord. Don't tell your wife. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. Okay. Thank you, Malzord. You're right. You're right. This sounds amazing, and I want to try it. Okay, I'm going to try it. Okay. Malzord may have saved all of your asses, by the way. Okay. Okay. This is definitely, yeah, this looks amazing. Okay, and now we get the final score. Okay, if we get this wrong, if we do not get gastronomical genius, I'm going to lose my shit on all of you. I hope you know that. I hope you know. I'll never stream again. Well, you probably would like that, but okay. I'll stream forever. How about that? Final score. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I'm no longer an atheist. I believe in Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Okay. Amen. Nomine Patris et Felix Spiritus Sancti. God bless all of you. All right. Thank God. Oh, yeah, Body Swamp. I swear to God, Body Swamp. You're this close, Body Swamp. You're this close. Okay. All right. Face up. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all of you for your contributions to the stream. All right. I'm not going to yell, Drizilla. I only yell, Drizilla, when you piss me off, Drizilla. I'm going to hand out some boops. LaCroix, you get a boop. Boop. Cody, I guess you get a boop, Cody. Boop. Against my greater instincts because I'm in a good mood. Retro Asher gets a boop. Boop. Meowser gets a boop. Boop. Meowser gets 2 boops. Boop. Jonas gets a boop. Boop. From a distance, of course. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Albiter Klasa gets a boop. Boop. Who you embarrassed me in front of today. You all embarrassed me in front of Albiter Klasa today. Body Swap. I already gave Body Swap. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Drizilla gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Anyone in the background who wants a boop? Cody, you get a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Thank you, Retro Asher. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who's in the background who wants a boop? Real fast. Apparently, the from what I was told, a hospital was hit. Yep, it looks like we hit a hospital in Iran. Isn't that great? Louise, you always deserve a boop, except for when you betray me, Louise. But today you get a boop. Boop. Apparently we hit a hospital in Iran. So I'm not meaning to make the mood, bring the mood down. Fetty Spaghetti, you get a boop. Boop. The hospital, it's coming right for us, right? So just to be clear, that is some news that I'm reading right now that, Gandhi Hospital. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I know I'm a jester. There is something very darkly humorous about this. Okay, let me explain. Do you know what the name of this hospital is? The Gandhi Hospital. I mean, it's not funny, but it's very illustrative of the situation. Okay, so it says here, Gandhi Hospital in Tehran was the second hospital targeted on Sunday in attacks by the U.S. and the Israeli regime. Now, I don't know if that's fully true, but this is just the first thing I saw here. Yep, Gandhi Hospital. Oh my God, this can't be. All right, Gandhi. All right, you see the irony there? Oh my God, that's so dark. Okay, that is so dark. All right. Anyway, so we're monsters, of course. Yeah, I know. Irony and like it's not even funny. Like the satire is writing itself in a very dark way here. Um, so of course the American empire is evil, and so is the Israeli empire. That's really disgusting, and we ought to be aware that that's happening. All right. It's apparently there were 2 hospitals hit, from what I'm reading. Now, guys, this is very much. Oh, here we go. Let me just show this real fast before I get off. You know what? I need to make sure the audio is on first. Here we go. Staff evacuated babies. It says babies evacuated from Iranian hospital damaged by U.S.-Israeli strikes. Disgusting. Jesus Christ.
این بچه و اون بچه که نشون بودم دستگاه رو ازش بکشید جونشون رفت. نگاه کن.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, Jesus. All right. I just want to let's do a quick little update here. I know I'm not getting off now. I'm just very quickly checking. Israel to gradually reopen its airspace to incoming flights on Wednesday. UN warns of daunting humanitarian fallout from war with Iran. The UN's humanitarian chief has warned of an increasingly daunting fallout from the war with Iran, while civilians are suffering as strikes hit homes, hospitals, and schools. Oh my God, look, guys, we're just like Israel. Shocking. Okay, yeah, Albrighta Klasa, a regime officially entrenched. Okay. The incessant violence is limiting the UN's ability to respond, Tom Fletcher said in a statement. Airspace closures have meant personnel cannot rotate in and out, Fletcher said. And while he has activated contingency plans, the limited presence of international NGOs in operational space in Iran makes the challenge there greater. If energy routes or maritime corridors such as the Strait of Hormuz continue to be disrupted, food prices will soar, health systems will be squeezed, and basic supplies will tighten in countries that rely on imports. On a side note, folks, we're already doing this to Cuba, right? You do know we've been blockading Cuba to prevent fuel from going there, so their healthcare system is on the brink of crisis, if not already in crisis, and now we're doing it to Iran. Okay, the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Great. Don't worry, guys. Here come the Democrats to save the day. I haven't, Drusilla, you said that the son of the leader is taking over, so good. Yeah, again, there's no regime change happening because that's not, all right, anyway. So the House Democratic leader says his caucus will discuss the war powers in a meeting. Oh, such a strong statement. So they're still discussing, does Donald Trump actually have the powers to do what he's doing? They're going to discuss it in a meeting, folks. Don't worry. Here come the Democrats to save the day. Okay, Democrats to come save the day. Great. Israel calls on Lebanese government to restrain Hezbollah. Great. Okay. What? France orders nuclear-powered aircraft carrier to Mediterranean as Mideast war widens. Why? Okay. I'm sorry. I know Al Jazeera. What's going on? Yeah. Qatar says ballistic. Okay. All right. Qatar ballistic missiles. Okay, U.S. embassy in Iraq Yeah, that's for sure, Retro Asher. U.S. Embassy in Iraq says citizens should depart as soon as possible. Wow. Isn't that great? That's late, but okay. The IAEA chief says no evidence Iran building a nuclear bomb. No shit. All right. Oh my God. Okay, here comes France, guys. You know, I said yesterday that France seemed to be unsure about what to say about this. Well, France is now coming out in support. They're saying Macron says Iran bears primary responsibility for the situation. So another European country being a cuck to the United States and even sending their own aircraft carrier to the Middle East. Good. All right. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to put my face back up here. I'm going to put my face back up here real fast, guys. Where's my face? Face screen. Yeah, common France L. All right. So, guys, I am going to go now. I might come back on later if there's any massive new developments in the war, etc. I don't think I will be. Yeah, and I may actually come on tomorrow. There's just so much going on. I don't want to miss a day. So I might actually stream tomorrow. Normally, I don't stream on Wednesdays, but if I might come back on tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. I need to go eat and shit, so I'm going to go do that. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Please, if you like the content, please join our Discord. If you just join our Discord anyway. It's linked at the top of both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. We have a great growing community on there. You can recommend things for me to react to, etc., etc., etc. Keep an eye out on the news. All right. Thank you, Outer Signal. You too, LaCroix. Thank you very much for the corn. I love your little corn things. And as you guys know, I love you all very much, etc., etc. I'm going to take one more bite of my nuts. Okay. You know what I'm about to say, guys. You know what I'm about to say. What's the first thing I'm going to say? The first one to say the first thing I'm about to say gets a boop. Normally, it's Fetty Spaghetti who gets there first. I know, invalid. I know you won't, okay? Invalid axiom. I'm going to say invalid vaxium is, okay? Ooh, okay. LaCroix got it first, okay? LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. All right. First of all, free Palestine, guys. Free Palestine. Free Sudan. We also need to remember that Sudan, no one's still talking about it, not even me. So we need to do something about Sudan, Palestine, and also free Ukraine. And long live Iran. Free Iran, okay? Free Iran. Second, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. That includes as you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I say things that are wrong. Okay? I do not have a monopoly on truth. No one online does. Don't get caught in an information silo. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions because it's not providing for them economically. We need major reforms in this country, okay? We need major reforms. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let them. Don't let those jackbooted thugs walk all over you. You're all badass. You're more badass than a bunch of bootlicking, jackbooted thugs. So resist them. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners, and it's been passed on in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Can we please not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks? Some of the things they died for are being rolled back. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, 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 always fight for a better future. So on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day, okay? Stay vigilant, stay kind, stay human, etc. You all deserve better. We need some change. Love you all very much. Bye-bye.